All right, we're going to be ready in like 6-7 seconds, okay? Welcome, everybody. It's great to see everybody here tonight. We're going to get right into it to honor all these awesome kids that we have in this district. Dr. Freeman, are you ready to go, sir? Yeah. Awesome.
Good evening, everyone. It's November. I had to think about it for a second. Happy November. Well, I'm like a broken record, but every month I love looking out in the audience, especially at this time of night, seeing so many families and smiling faces, because this is what it's all about, recognizing the amazing hard work of our students across the district, tonight elementary students. So, I don't know who is kicking it off. Okay, Principal Gottschalk.
Recognized as effective communicators, please join me up front. And the microphone is now working. So, NITIG leaders, you can come on up front with me. So we have the benefit of having so many wonderful leaders at our schools, and we'll be recognizing a few of them tonight. These are our 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders from each homeroom being recognized as effective communicators. So, boys and girls, as I call your name, just take a big step forward, and Dr. Kenyon, our assistant principal, will hand out your certificate. So congratulations to Raylan Bishop. She's not here. Peyton Pleasington. Sandra Bart, Brady Zishang, Miss Gemma Collins, Sophia Schroy, couldn't make it tonight, Sean Edinger, Isabel Schwartz, and Juliana Lindy, Kira Formica, Harley Wagner, and Carla Aguilar Sanchez. I don't believe she could be here. Congratulations to our NITIG leaders. They're going to stay here. We're going to take a quick picture. One more round of applause. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I have the pleasure of sharing our POF reward recipients. So will all our POF leaders please come to the front? All right, Dr. Thompson and I nominated these students for being effective communicators at the POF Elementary. First up, we have Braden Widener. Next up, we have Quinn Rafferty. After that, we have Isabel Stoltz. Next up, we have Kenna Strachan. Sadie McGuire. Rose Curry. Madison Hibbs. Amelia Geib. Scarlett Awashko. Charlie Kreischer. And finally, Jasmine Shabani. Congratulations, POF leaders.
Sure. Thanks. Good evening, everyone. Jen Bubser here for Quakertown Elementary. So QE, come on up front. Oh, it's my honor to celebrate this group of effective communicators, one of our Portrait of a Graduate Skills for this month. And I asked our teachers, why? Why are they effective communicators? And their responses had some consistent themes. They're exceptional listeners, showing empathy and respect for others' ideas. They share their thoughts with ideas with clarity and confidence. They're natural collaborators and team players, and they contribute positively to the classroom community. In third grade, Kylie James and Aileen Yanis Vargas. In fourth grade, Cassidy Snyder and Grayson White. And in fifth grade, Audrey Rittenhouse, Ivy, Laura, and Owen McGuire. And those are our QE effective communicators.
Can we have all of our Richland friends come on up, please? And we have a few teachers here. Please join us up here as well. Good. My name is Nicole Zerbliss. I'm the proud principal of Richland Elementary, and I am very proud to introduce these effective communicators. You can find these students on our student leadership team, leading assemblies, morning announcements, office helpers, morning greeters, so many roles where they demonstrate their ability to communicate effectively. So we are excited to honor them tonight. And we have some teachers who are going to help with this. I'm going to ask Mrs. Frazier, one of our third grade teachers, to give them to third graders. So when I call your name, please come up and you'll get your certificate from Mrs. Frazier. Aiden Rush. Tessa DiVenuto. And Benjamin DeAndrea. And Mrs. Casal is one of our fourth grade teachers. She's going to help give out for fourth grade. Lena Pallone. Brody Weissel. And Shanvi Chandra. You're up next. And Mr. Elliott is here as one of our fifth grade teachers, so congratulations to Maggie Krem. And Joseph Karpinski. Congratulations.
No, we'll get it back. I think. All right. Well, at this time, we're going to welcome up, we saved the best for last. I think I'm allowed to say that as the principal of Trumbowersville. We're going to involve, how about Trumbowersville students come on down? And Mrs. Frazier, how about you two? Let's come on down. Great. Mrs. Frazier now, of course, at Richland and doing great over there, but once and always in the hearts of Trumbowersville, so she's going to help us out tonight. Thank you. So good to see you, Trumbowersville. So good job for all of your effective communication. As you heard tonight, it's a variety of ways we communicate, right? Sometimes it's with words, sometimes it's non-verbally with just body position and posture. Sometimes it's just the caring that's expressed when you pick up the pencils that fell for your neighbor. But all those ways, you've been showing it regularly, and your teachers have recognized you as effective communicators. You're well on your way to that portrait of a Quakertown graduate. I'm going to call your name. Let's step forward, and Mrs. Frazier will give you your certificate. In no particular order, we have Faith Clifford. Caitlin Walsh. Blessing to Shobo. And Jalen Pavone. Mireya Cahill. June Hager. Leighton Mueller. Callie Spangler. Hannah Colahan. Alex Hartranft. And Chad O'Donnell. All right, great. I know we're going to take a picture, but one more big round of applause for Trumbowersville kiddos. Nice job. We're so proud of you. Great work. So glad you're here. This is
nice. Anything else doing exciting for you? Okay. All right, cool.
Thank you, everyone. What?
Oh, is that what? I was wondering why you were here. Like, just, yeah, it was like we were bored. It was a Wednesday night.
yeah.
We figured we go to school. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that'll be great. That'll be really cool. Oh, yeah, then you tell her she comes. It'd be weird if you didn't. You know, if Siobhan was doing something, you'd show up. But if it's you, oh, it's really cool. My oldest son played violin all the way up through 12th grade. It was pretty cool because he got to do some trips and stuff like that. They wound up going to, they went to Disney World one year. Like, played down at like Universal. Yeah, it was cool. That was the whole reason he stayed in. That's what we did at first. So, well, enjoy. It was good to see you. I'm gonna let you get going. Watch. Good to see you, my man. Good to see you, sir. Yeah, take care. All right. Congratulations, sir.
All right, Logan, we're over on this one. Yeah, you need a chair.
Yeah, I do.
I'll get on the microphone. Yeah. Good evening, everyone. I got a little mixed up on the time. So we are very honored and privileged to have members of our orchestra with us this evening to perform, I don't know how many songs. One? It's going to be an amazing song. It's going to be an amazing song. But we are very, very honored and privileged to have some of our talented students here to grace us with some music. What is on tap this evening? Okay, Vienna Forever. So let's give it up for our orchestra students. Thank you, everyone. And that was a preview of some of our holiday music. And this Friday, the schedule will be coming out in our latest Take 5 with Dr. Friedman. You'll get the schedule of events for the concerts for the...
We just did our concert.
I know. I was there. It was awesome.
Have everything?
Glenn. How are you? Yeah. Get here. Glad you're here. I'm like it's like frozen.
Thank you for your 4 years. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Welcome, everybody, to the Wednesday, November 19th regular voting meeting. If we could stand and salute the flag, please. Okay, Terry, if we can have a roll call, please.
Mr. Jackson.
Here.
Mr. Kern.
Here.
Mr. Shermer.
Here.
Mr. Reimers.
Here.
Mr. Spear.
Here.
Mr. Hippoff.
Here?
Mr. Ayusu.
Here.
Mr. Lyons.
Here.
Mr. O'Donnell.
Here.
Thank you, Terry. All right, before this meeting, there was an executive session to discuss human resource topics. This meeting is being recorded by the board secretary, and tonight's meeting is being live streamed and recorded as well. Move on to the approval of the minutes. Can I get a motion to approve the October 23rd, 2025 minutes, please? Not everybody.
moved.
wants. Thank you, Mr. Shermer. Second?
Second.
Mr. Jackson, any discussion on the minutes? Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, motion passes. On to our superintendent report. Dr. Friedman.
Okay, thank you, Board President Hippoff. Good evening, everyone. I'd first like, so tonight is a special night. It's a closing of a chapter for this current iteration of the school board, and we have some recognitions before we get started. So without further ado, we have some special guests, and the first one I'd like to call up is Miss Rebecca Roberts-Malamus, who's the Deputy Executive Director of the Bucks County IU, and she has a special recognition for us. Or one person in particular.
I do, and thank you so very much. Good evening, everyone. I'm Rebecca Roberts-Malamus. I'm the Deputy Executive Director and in-house legal counsel for the Bucks IU. It is my honor to be with you this evening, and I want to thank Dr. Friedman and the members of the board for giving me this time on behalf of the Bucks IU to recognize and sincerely thank one of your own board members, and that's Mr. Ron Jackson. He has served on the Bucks IU board for more than 11 years. He's been a member, and the last 7 of those 11 years, he served as our vice president of the Bucks IU Board of School Directors. Mr. Jackson, you were not able to attend our board meeting last night. I think it's one of only 2 times in the 11 years you've been on the board that you missed a meeting. And I think you thought you were going to get out of having us recognize you, but we came up here to you. Our Bucks IU team wanted to make sure that before you left service that we had a chance to sincerely say thank you. Our executive director, Dr. Mark Hoffman, the other Dr. Hoffman, would have been here personally this evening to deliver this message. However, as you know, he and Dr. Hoffman left earlier this morning for a well-deserved and pre-planned vacation. So it was my pleasure on behalf of Dr. Hoffman to fill in and express our appreciation to you for your many years of service to the Bucks IU. Ron, you have been an exemplary board member. You've been steady, you've been thoughtful, and you've been a truly trusted leader. You've been someone who has always placed students, families, and the mission of the Bucks IU at the center of every decision. I know that's because you, as a parent of a student with special needs, feel what we do at the Bucks IU. Your guidance has strengthened our board, it's supported our administration, and it's helped advance really critical programs and services for students all across Bucks County. On a personal note, one of the hallmarks of your leadership on our board for me has been the questions you ask of our administrative team. Your thoughtful inquiry, your insistence on clarity, your commitment to understanding the why behind the work we do has made our Bucks IU and our school administrators much, much better. So on behalf of our whole team, you've pushed us to think more deeply, you've helped us anticipate challenges, and you've continuously, the last 11 years, helped us to improve our service to students. So we have very small token of our appreciation. We have formal and informal gifts. I'm not going to go through all of them, but we do have on a formal level a plaque to present to you, thanking you for your years of service. And then on an informal level, you cannot honor you without a couple cans of Dr. Pepper. And I had to fight our board president, Mr. D'Angelo, for this, but I think your favorite cookies, okay? And then there's just a couple other things in this bag that I'm not going to go through with you, but hopefully you will appreciate the fact that this is in that very rare Bucks IU. This is for those of you in the audience. People fight over these bags at the IU. We're not really sure why, but Ron, yours says thank you for your dedication and your service. So with that, I want to sincerely thank you. I appreciate you giving me this time this evening, and thank all of you for your service to this community. And
Way to go, Ron. Thanks, Rebecca.
I will say one thing. She's right. On my first day on the board, I'm not sure if this is a coveted position or not, but they immediately asked me if I wanted the job. For those who are old enough to remember, only Chuck would remember Fern Strunk held that position before I did. That's how long ago that's happened. So I'm sure the next person who sits in this seat will be outstanding as well. So.
Okay, we'll keep it going with the recognitions here. So I want to formally say the Quakertown Community School District is honored to recognize 3 retiring, I'll call them retiring board members, whose dedication, leadership, and countless hours of service have shaped our schools in profound and lasting ways. Collectively, their commitment represents months, maybe years of volunteer time spent listening, leading, problem solving, and advocating for what matters most, our students in Quakertown. So in no particular order, I'd like to recognize 3 individuals this evening. Mr. Jackson, this is recognition number 2 for you. With nearly a decade of service to the district, Ron Jackson has been a steadfast advocate for students, families, and staff. His long-term commitment has provided continuity through periods of growth and change within the district. Ron's passion for public education, combined with his deep appreciation for QCSD community, has helped shape district priorities and move important initiatives forward. His leadership and dedication have made a lasting difference. And on a personal note, I couldn't echo the sentiments more from Rebecca that Ron, the one thing that I will remember about his time on the board, he has truly pushed my thinking, and I think the board's thinking as well. And I just want to thank you for that, and I'll miss our conversations about baseball as well. So, Ron Jackson. We're going to take a group picture, by the way, after this. Glenn Iosu, 4 years of service. During his 4 years on the board, Glenn Iosu has been a calm, reasoned voice focused on collaboration and student success. Glenn brought a balanced perspective to every discussion, always working to ensure the decisions reflected the needs and values of the Quakertown community. His willingness to listen, learn, and lead with integrity has strengthened the district and elevated the work of those around him. You know, on a personal note, I mean, it seems long ago at this point. Glenn was the first person I talked to from the district, and from the moment I spoke with him, you know, I knew this was the right place to be, and I felt welcome to the district. And Glenn has always been there to talk and to reflect on things and give me perspectives, and he's always measured in what he thinks and what he does. And I'm truly going to miss our conversations, and I appreciate everything that you've done along the way. So thank you so much. Mr. Shermer. Chuck Shermer, 8 years of service. For 8 years, more than that? There was a break. Okay. Mr. Shermer has served the Quakertown community with exceptional dedication. His thoughtful approach, steady leadership, and unwavering belief in our students has left an indelible mark on the district. Whether navigating challenges, championing new initiatives, or supporting educators and administrators, Chuck has consistently centered every decision on what is best for our students. His impact will continue to guide us for years to come. On a personal note, thank you for everything. You know, all three of you have really been instrumental in my growth and success in this district. Chuck, thank you for the countless ways that you have been there and been supportive, and your wealth of knowledge with everything. And I'm going to miss that immensely. So, thank you. Yeah, let's get a quick picture. Okay. We're going to shift gears from recognitions to presentations. So, we're going to do students first? Oh. Okay. Okay. We'll hold off on the presentation in a second. Okay, I agree. Good evening, student reps.
Good evening.
Hi. Thank you for joining us, Amelia and Aiden. Great to see you. Happy November.
Happy November.
The floor is yours. I'm excited to hear the report.
So our marching band season finished up. We finished over at MetLife Stadium. We came 9th at our national championships. Additionally, Harry Potter and the Cursed Child, our fall play, is underway. Our performances are going to be the 21st, the 22nd, and the 23rd. I just finished recording the play today. It's an amazing program, and I'm excited to see it live instead of holding a camera the whole time. Tickets would be $15 at the door, or tickets would be $15 online and then $20 at the door. Our PSAT scores recently came out, which was exciting to get our results back. We have our multicultural day next Monday. And additionally, our Quaking on Percussion, our indoor drum line, just revealed their new show called Screwball, America's new pastime.
Last Friday, the choir had an invitational at Temple. It was like a festival thing. It was really fun. It went really well. It wasn't like judged. We didn't get placed, but they did have people there to give us critiques, and there was a little clinic at the end. Homecoming was last month, and that was really fun. I think everyone had a lot of fun with that. Our Q-Rock store is in use, and more people are learning about it now, and learning the rewards you can get from it. Powder Puff game was not that long ago. When was that? A couple weeks ago. I heard that was really fun. The Key Club made Thanksgiving baskets with like food and stuff, Thanksgiving stuff. We are in a food drive competition with Penridge right now, and we also have our Thanksgiving game against them in a little bit, coming up really soon, Thursday, on Thanksgiving. Next one. Our pep rally is next Tuesday, and that's before our Thanksgiving break. The theme is decades, so each grade is assigned a different decade, and there's spirit days, hall decorating, fall sports are all ended, and winter sports are starting up. So indoor track, wrestling, basketball, what else? I think bowling. And then the Q-Rock House Games will take place at the pep rally. Marking period 1 honor students will be recognized again, and for the following marking periods coming up. And College Board is recognizing the AP Capstone students. So 7 students were awarded the AP Capstone Diploma by earning scores of 3 or higher in AP Seminar, AP Research, and on 4 additional AP exams. These students are Faith Greenday, Brecken LaBonge, Rhea Liddington, Anne-Marie Malak, Wilson Martinez, Colin Teeny, and Margaretta Wilson. And then 2 were awarded AP Seminar and Research certificates by earning scores of 3 or higher in AP Seminar and AP Research. That's Michaela Weiss and Anna Greenday.
I have a question. Are we still doing bonfire before the Thanksgiving pep rally, or after the pep rally before the game?
I'm like 99% sure. It just depends on the weather.
Okay. So that is still going on. Good.
Yeah, the past 2 years it got rained out, so that was just the only
Yeah, well,
problem with it.
one of the years it got dried out, actually.
Or,
It was-
yeah, 1 year got rained out, and then the next year it got dried out.
Yep.
Okay. Any questions for our student reps? Well, thank you. I'm
Hey,
sure
great.
you might have some homework this evening or something, but,
Always,
okay.
but we're gonna stick
We'd love
around
to have
for
you,
a
but if you
little.
want to stay,
Yeah.
you're more than welcome. Oh, there are cookies.
It was a great job, too, you did up at MetLife. I was there, and it was really exciting.
Thank you. We love performing at MetLife. It's one of my favorite venues to play.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we're going to get to a presentation. So Dr. Erin Alexa Carter. Oh, and Miss Pam Dobson. They are going to share an update, I believe a final one, on IXL.
Hello, thank you for inviting us back for our next IXL update. So as a review, and some of these slides will be familiar, utilization of IXL in Quakertown is one of many steps designed to drive data-informed action. As many of you know, and I've been reporting at each ed committee, a data set, and every month working with the admin team on different data we can use to inform instruction. IXL is one of the drivers of this work. Oh, turn it on. Ooh. Thanks for the tech assist. There you go. It's just fault, clearly. Thank you, Brian. So this is familiar. Why IXL and what is IXL? So IXL provides data for instruction aligned to our standards, to PDE standards, promotes a culture of continuous improvement, supports instructional action based on real-time data. As we discussed at the Ed Committee last time, that instructional action doesn't mean necessarily more time or more work in IXL, but the data informs the teachers to make decisions about their planning, their teaching, their grouping, so on and so forth. And empowers students to reflect on their learning and take steps to improve skills. So unlike a test on a single day, it's done, we can stick it in our folder, locker, whatever, and move on. It's in front of them, and they can revisit it and continue working to improve. So what is it? Adaptive online platform for math, ELA, and early adoption for science in grades 8 and bio, providing real-time feedback and skill practice, personalized learning and skill-based support. So focus specifically on what each individual child needs, and integrated into core instruction, intervention, and enrichment. Key message. So again, a repeat slide. I apologize, but I think this is a theme that goes throughout all of our professional development, all of our analysis of data when discussing IXL. It's used strategically during lessons and when pride time. It's targeted, intentional, and flexible, guided by data and teacher instruction.
As we expanded our rollout at Quakertown, starting at the beginning of the school year in August, we had a specifically phased out rollout, which included teaching teachers the basics of how to use the program, what the program could do within a certain framework. We provided a narrow focus of administering the Level Up benchmark, which helped our students target exactly where they were coming to us after the summer. When we provided this training, we also focused on making sure that teachers had the just-in-time right support in order to roll out administering a diagnostic to all of their classes in a program they had never used before, and then being able to look at the data and then make some decisions early on in the year about who was on track and who might need additional support. We focused on early practices and setting some guidelines around how we were going to use the program, but then continued with followed-up professional development about using standard-aligned skills, curriculum-aligned skills, and about how teachers could select skills based on what they were teaching in the classroom, in order to assess student mastery of those skills and to shore up any areas of opportunity for students. Additionally, what we're going to do in the last phase of this rolled out plan is provide an additional professional development on how to use IXL in order to help prepare for high stakes assessments like the PSSA or Keystone. And that's something that we're going to focus on. You can see our timeline down at the bottom, which will be later in the year. Do you want to go to the next slide? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, it's not going. Oh, there we go. And what we wanted to do is we wanted to share a little bit of the specific metrics that we set at the beginning of the year as part of the rollout for teachers. We wanted to make sure that when we roll out a new program, that the program doesn't become so overwhelming that we get a lot of movement, but in lots of different directions. So what we wanted to do is we wanted to provide that framework early on for how we were going to use IXL in the classroom. And like I said, what we originally wanted to do was gather whole-scale evidence of where students were at the beginning of the year, and then start to work with teachers on using the personalized practice within inside the program. As a result, we were able to collect lots of data and then have teachers start to work with students on working on their personalized plans, which is tailored specifically to their skill in the moment. And what that allowed us to do was it allowed us to collect a lot of data, both fixed data points and real-time actionable data, to then bring teachers back for our, another professional development, which we had in November, beginning of the month, to talk about what that data meant and then how they could look at that data in a couple of different ways in order to make classroom-based decisions. And so what we laid out early in August were a couple of parameters: time around skill practice in the classroom, which we tried to keep very minimally because we know that students don't need to spend lots of time in IXL for IXL to be effective for teachers to use. And we gave them a realistic goal of having students work on 2 skills a week per subject. And as a result, you can see that our metrics, and these are pulled right from the program from our district data platform today, that is that we have high teacher engagement inside the program. 78% of teachers are actively engaged in using IXL, and our students are hovering right around 2 skills per week. So these are right from our district dashboard. And as a result, we are also starting to see, as students work in the program, as teachers develop proficiency, so are their students. And they're not just practicing skills that are anywhere in the program. We laid out a specific framework for teachers to have students work on the skills that were just right for them, skills that they were working on in their classroom, and in a little bit, skills that will help them get prepared for our high-stakes assessments. And we wanted to just share a quick snapshot of the district success that we've seen using IXL so far. So if you take a look, we have our current levels, right? So from the beginning of the year till November 19th today, you can see in that first bar chart, the beginning of the year level up diagnostic, which the teachers deployed quite handily, and where our current levels are now. Math is at the top and ELA is at the bottom. So we wanted to open it back up to questions.
Yes, hello. Thank you for coming back. I appreciate it. It's probably my fault that you're here, but all right, questions. So 78% of the teachers are active, which means, according to your stats here, 45 are not. Why are 45 teachers not active? And why, what are they doing?
Was that percentage or?
No, 45.
Oh, numbers.
22% are not active, 45 actual teachers are not.
Let's go back to the slide so I can see it.
It's on the top
Yep.
of the metrics of success slide.
Yep. So not every teacher is rostered in IXL. So we purchased IXL for grades 2 through 8 and for algebra. So this shows all of the teachers rostered in our entire district. So there are naturally going to be some teachers who don't have accounts, who aren't active because they're not using the program. Kindergarten teachers, first grade teachers, any of the other teachers up at the high school, right? So
So would it be fair to say the ones that should be active are active?
agreed.
All right, that's
So
a little bit of a misleading stat there. I think you
Can
guys
I-
shortchanged yourself on that one.
Oh, sorry.
Can I ask a
Not our intention.
clarifying there? So there's 45 teachers who aren't active according to what you were just talking about. That means that in kindergarten through in first grade and 9th through 12th, there are 45 teachers? Because you just said it was purchased for people in, or teachers in second through eighth, yes?
Sure. So
And
K and 1
algebra.
are likely not rostered, and I can look in and dig in there specifically and tell you exactly why, and exactly which ones are not active. But for example, an art teacher in an elementary, middle level, or high school art teacher could be rostered,
Sure.
and we wouldn't expect them to go into IXL analyzing data and making data-informed decisions. 10th grade students are fully rostered. However, it's only being used in 10th grade in biology, in if there are Algebra 1 students. So that number is all over the place. Special education teachers, for example, are rostered. They may not be in and using the program because they have other specific interventions aligned to student need. But I'd be happy to get you a full list of teachers if that would be helpful.
That'll teach you to show data.
Yeah.
Right?
Right?
We're trying to give you a broad brush stroke, but I recognize that there's detail
It just
missing.
seems like there's a lot more teachers than the 45 you're saying that would not be rostered under your explanation.
So keep in mind, especially in secondary, your math and ELA teachers only are the ones that are expected.
understand that.
Right? So social studies, science, they're all rostered, but not expected to be using the data to inform instruction. So engagement statistics are different than like rostered and using
Okay.
or checking in.
Thank you.
Of the 157 that are active, what's your level of confidence that they are proficient or above according to your timeline chart? So the personalized plan skills was the August through September.
Sure. Highly confident, and that's based on both observation and their reporting. So after the August 21st, I'm going to look at this. My eyes are not that
I know, it's okay.
good.
Doesn't
Sorry.
zoom
After
in.
the August 21st professional development, teachers who attended reported themselves. 88% of the teachers who sat in attendance were on a rating scale from 1 to 5, or a Likert scale 1 to 5, felt confident to go into their classroom and use IXL based on the metrics or the expectations we set forth. After the November 4th professional development, 95% of the teachers who utilize IXL felt confident leaving our professional development with the ability to analyze data to inform their instruction.
That's awesome. Thank you. And so the 5%, do you
Great question.
Do you know?
I love that.
Right?
We know exactly who they are. 3 of them have marked at the end of the survey that they are interested in coaching and are already connected with an instructional coach who is working with them to help them
Love it.
use their data to inform instruction.
Great. The arena side of things, and maybe this isn't a question for you, but I know other surrounding districts don't use the arena anymore because the kids were getting frustrated moving goalposts. If they miss a question, they keep getting the same questions, and there was a level of frustration there. I realize this is only our second year rolling this out, but I won't assume anything. Are you looking at tweaking IXL as you go along, and how do you determine that?
Absolutely, and I think implementation, as we've seen, especially in the middle school, there's tweaking happening monthly, daily. Currently, we use the level up, which is that one assessment on the one day. So we, as you could see in those, if I can go back, the slides, we can see the starting point and where we are now. The current levels comes from the arena data. To this point, I have not, and then Pam can of course jump in, heard anything about students being incredibly frustrated. If they're frustrated, we're hoping that it's that stage where they're learning, right? So their arena questions are no more than 10 questions at a time. Often it's 2 or 3, and then they're done with the arena. They have to go in at least once a week to pinpoint. So we see the gray bars on the right. Those are where students have not pinpointed because they haven't been in the arena, and we follow up and ensure we get them back in the arena so we get current levels. At this point, we haven't heard anything about frustration. Where we have heard frustration is where we've had students perhaps getting some help along the way when they're in the arena, and then they're placed at a higher level than what they can independently do. So that's the constant reminder where we return to arena must be independent so that they're not getting practice and questions that they can't possibly do on their own.
Okay. And then my last one was the beginning of the year benchmark for math and for ELA. Both of them there were more students on this metric of success slide at the beginning of the benchmark than the current levels, which were, I guess, pulled today. Math was 270 less, ELA was 271 less. I'm curious why the difference. Did that many kids just stop doing IXL? If you add up for instance, the math 433, 600, 546, 971, you come out with 2,550. If you look at the current level of the math level, you come up with 2280. There's a difference of 270. So I'm curious to know what happened to the 270 kids.
So that's the gray on all the way to the right. So the current levels, when we were talking about the arena, students have to go into the arena a certain amount of time to get their level pinpointed. So the current levels that are displayed as of, what was that, like noon this afternoon, 12:30, 1 o'clock this afternoon, those were students who had not yet had answered enough questions in the arena to be pinpointed. So those numbers might look different tomorrow. It may look different on Friday. I know, or I believe some schools have, like on Fridays we go into the arena in specific routines. So those will shift and move on a daily basis based on the amount of questions answered in the arena.
So from a non-educator
Yes.
and just a numbers person or a father, I would say, and this is probably completely untrue, but you'll have to help me here, I would say there's 270 kids being left behind or not doing what they need to do.
I think that you can also just keep in mind that we randomly pulled this data, right? When we had the same question and we said, why are we missing levels for certain students? And when we actually drilled down and we looked at how many actual students that is, it was, I think, at most 35 students in one place.
In one school.
In one school, and that could be because they're not updating their levels until Friday.
Todd,
Sir?
I bet if they put the percentage for the gray, it would be 100%. That's the problem.
I would agree, but I guess the part that I was,
Like it's
and that's
seven
what
per-
they
it's
said. They
like
said it was in
93
the gray, but I guess my follow-up question to that was, oh, okay, yes, you're probably right, it probably equals 100% then, but why aren't those 270 kids posting 10 questions, is that what it was, 10 questions in the arena? Yeah. And that's what they just answered, so I'm okay.
The other part, I think it's just important to mention, my colleagues from OTL have met with principals earlier this year to talk about like how we can check building level data to make sure teachers make sure students have the opportunities to get into the arena. We're following up with that in the next couple weeks, just as a reminder for mid-year as we're looking at data, and I look at it on a weekly basis. So when I notice things that don't look right, I'm following up with the school leader and or an instructional coach and maybe working at the building or interventionist to say like, hey, it looks like fourth grade, we're missing some of this in ELA, and usually there's a reason. We're working on a project, we didn't get to it, we're gonna get to it Monday, great.
And I appreciate that. You're looking at it from a very high level, right? But I'm hoping that the schools, the principals, the teachers who are learning, who have learned this data now, and we're fairly confident of that they're recognizing that as well. And there's some type of accountability to them to making sure these students are doing those arena questions.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Many, but not right now.
Feel free to email as things come up. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Okay, the next thing under superintendent's report, I think the board might remember over the past couple years, I came up and we had a picture with all the building principals. For sake of time, I'm gonna spare everyone the picture this year, but I want to take a moment to recognize and congratulate our administrators on the achievement with Common Sense Media for the third year in a row. It reflects both your leadership and your commitment to preparing our students for the world they live in. Quakertown Community School District has officially been named the Common Sense Education District for the third year in a row. This recognition is far more than a badge. It represents the hard work happening in our classrooms, the professional development you've championed in our classrooms and our schools, and the consistent message we send to our families that supporting students in becoming safe, responsible, and thoughtful digital citizens is a shared priority between the school and home. Earning this distinction requires a district-wide effort. It means our schools successfully completed Common Sense Media's rigorous program integrating digital citizenship instruction, engaging families with meaningful resources, and ensuring that our staff have the tools they need to guide students in today's digital landscape. To each administrator here and listening at home, a giant thank you to all of you. Your leadership made this possible. Your dedication to building a safe and supportive digital environment for our students is shaping not just their learning today, but their futures tomorrow. So congratulations to the district as a whole. It's a well-deserved accomplishment, third year in a row. Okay, I just want to give a brief update of some highlights from the past month here. So we had the privilege of hosting a great event earlier this month. We are part of a group called the Penn Study Council. The Penn Study Council is run by the University of Pennsylvania Graduate School of Education. It is a think tank that gets together on a monthly basis with members of school districts from southeastern Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. We have different guests each month on different topics. We go to the University of Pennsylvania about 4 times a year for meetings, and then we have some virtual meetings, and then this year, I sit on the advisory board. We decided to kind of, quote unquote, take the show on the road. The first district that hosted Penn Study Council this year was Quakertown Community School District. So we had the event at the high school in the library. We had close to 70 people at the event, which was an amazing turnout. And the topic was the use of AI in schools in a safe and meaningful way. It was exciting to see such a great turnout. It was a professional development opportunity for many of our staff members that were able to come to the event, and we spent the morning listening to a guest speaker from the University of Pennsylvania and having some breakout groups and discussions. I also want to tip my cap to Chef Polk and his students for providing an amazing breakfast to all of us. They really continue to outdo themselves every time that they are able to cook for one of our events. So it was a great turnout and a great event. I wanted to highlight something hopefully many of you have seen on social media. We continue to do the Superintendent Spotlight Awards across the district. This is recognition of members of our district, employees of our district that have been nominated by their colleagues or people outside the district, families or community members. You just remember, you can nominate anyone in any school that goes above and beyond. The link is right on the website. Missy has it right, I believe, on every school page and our district page. If you look under the menu and find Superintendent Spotlight, you'll see the past winners, and you can nominate someone to be spotlighted. Over the past several weeks, myself and Dr. Hoffman have had a chance to go out and do some incredible learning walks at many of our schools. We have visited QE, POF, and Richland, and the high school. It is our yearly goal to be in every classroom in the district at least one time. So and it gives us a chance to connect and to see what we love the most, what's happening inside of our classrooms. One highlight that I want to mention, something a little bit different than the Superintendent Spotlight, which is the Panther Pride moment. I want to recognize Richland Elementary School for their Giving Tree bags for seniors. Myself and Missy were able to stop by and watch the parent volunteers, the teachers, and the students fill bags for seniors for the holidays, and it was truly amazing to see the giving nature of all involved. And I just wanted to publicly thank Richland Elementary for organizing that and doing that. So commendable. Like the Superintendent Spotlight Award, if you have a story you want to share with us, please look under your school menu and click Panther Pride. There you can see past Panther Pride moments and submit your story for a chance to be highlighted on our website and on social media. A couple more things. A couple weeks ago, we had our second Coffee and a Q at Free Fall Skate Park, which was a great event. The topic was career pathways, and I just want to thank several board members and people in the audience I see this evening for attending. 2 students were involved, William Bowen and Shayna Williams, along with Coach Banis and Laura Nielsen, who are our pathways teachers. And we had a panel discussion. Well, it was I moderated a discussion and asked the teachers questions, and I asked the students questions, and we talked about what Pathways is, how it's affected them, and how it fits into the school landscape. And it was great to hear from both the adults and the students as well. We are taking December off, and we will be back in January, and we do not have a location yet, but we are excited to announce the topic will be design thinking / computational thinking, and the stars of the show will be the students in the district. We will have representation from all 5 elementary schools, and they will be showing off all the amazing things that they do in our design thinking classes along with the teachers. And it will be a chance for families to join us and be hands-on with their children to see what is going on in our design thinking classes. I want to give a shout out to Palisades High School for hosting an amazing Veterans Day presentation. I also was able to come back and to attend Richland's 3rd Annual Veterans Day Assembly, which was amazing. I love seeing all the veterans on stage and the songs that are sung, and then I got to run over to Neidig Elementary and got to see their celebration as well. I just want to recognize Neidig. Both were amazing. Neidig did a little bit differently. They had veterans in each of the classrooms speaking to classes individually, which I thought was a neat approach, and then they marched down the main hallway at the end of the day. So 3 great events at Palisades, which was all 3 school districts in Upper Bucks. Quakertown, Penridge, and Palisades all coming together for a presentation. And thank you to Representative Stats for continuing to help organize that, and Richland and Neidig. I finally had the chance this November to meet with my last 2 PTOs, Poff Elementary and Richland Elementary, to discuss the focus for this year. 2 great meetings, and I appreciate the PTOs for welcoming me and asking some great questions, and I look forward to coming back in the near future. We had our latest Superintendent Parent Advisory Council, and we had what we like to call, and our executive board calls, an open forum. We sometimes have guests come in and give presentations, and there's some Q&A, but we collected questions ahead of time and really spent a solid close to 2 hours having Q&A and discussing topics that were relevant to the group, dealing with a litany of things across the district. There was a strong desire that came out of that meeting for additional parent resources, some conversations about having more resources at home about career language and RIASEC, which we're working on. And then we emphasized the need for more parents and community members to come to the events that we're having in the public, like Coffee and a Q. So I so much appreciate that group, all 24 members strong, 3 representatives from each building. And so I look forward to our next meeting in a couple months. I also had the honor of representing Quakertown and going to the Capitol and speaking at a press conference in the Rotunda to plead with the legislators to settle the budget. So I can't take credit. I don't know if there's a direct correlation. Okay. Okay. So I was there. But it was a great event. Most of all, I was honored and privileged to represent the Quakertown Community School District, and there was representation from all the P groups from across the state. And so I felt very honored that PASA, the Pennsylvania Superintendent Association, asked me as one of the three superintendent representatives to represent all 500 districts in the Commonwealth. The last thing that I want to mention, I want to thank Dr. Crater and the Strayer staff for a great event on Monday night, the National Junior Honor Society. It was a tremendous event. The stage was full of honorees. It's always amazing to see. There was a great crowd, and I have to commend you. Unlike the high school, who has moved to like flashlight candles, they still use real candles, and there was no accidents or wax dripping anywhere. So yeah, the kids lit them perfectly, and I know that might sound ridiculous, but that's a tall task. So, pardon me?
I said it is the Honor Society,
That is
so
true.
you would hope.
That is true, yes. That is true. Okay. So that is my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Friedman. Okay, moving on to the standing committee reports. The Education Committee meeting. Mr. Reimers.
Yes, sir, thank you. We met on November 3rd, and I would like to think that our Education Committee actually inspired Harrisburg to pass a budget as well. So whether that did or not, I'd like to think that. So we did talk about a couple of things. We started off with some information about the data and the scores, and obviously, as we all know, some of the scores are not where we want them to be. Math is still pretty low, and ELA is not much farther behind. The district did, though, prioritize training new training for teachers and providing a special focus on groups to find those who need the most help catching up and getting ahead. But we're going to continue to work on those areas and try to grow the scores that way. We did have a short discussion about the gifted program and the specific test that we're going to do for screening students to be in the gifted program called the COGOT. Did I say it right? And if you want to know more about the test or the screener, please go back and watch the meeting. Or you can check Mrs. Steferi in the hallway later and ask her. She has all the information. We did have a sort of a follow-up, just a brief presentation about the math pathways. They had a presentation about a week or so before the Education Committee meeting out somewhere in the community. I don't remember where it was.
High school.
The high school?
High school.
Okay. So we had asked them to come in and just kind of give an overview again of that. And they did, and they showed us sort of the different pathways for the math areas. We did end up then talking about, for quite a bit of time, the discussion around the tech school and the idea that we would be looking at, or at least discussing the option of removing the 9th grade students from the tech school. Nothing was solved. There was no, request to move and to do that. We were really just kind of talking through the idea of it and how it would work and what sort of things would need to happen and why they wanted to do it. Basically, their reasons were that by bringing the 9th graders back, and this is the conversation we had, this was not what we decided, but by bringing the 9th graders back, it gave them a little bit of a margin for error. So if they had a struggle in one class, it didn't put them behind, because the tech school, being at the tech school for 4 years, would prohibit them from taking another class to catch up if they had a problem. Basically, it would mean starting the 10th graders, which then would provide them the ability to get into their ideal program or their first choice program quickly or more quickly. It would also give students more time for sports and clubs. It would kind of meet there's a NCAA eligibility requirement, and there are certain things that you have to do for that in the tech school. Being at the tech school for 4 years isn't always the most convenient for that. And it would provide an academic support or intervention for students so that they had a foundation of, well, specifically math and ELA, before they went to the tech school, so that way they could then progress through tech school, do what they needed to do, and still have that foundational skill in those areas. So we kind of left it with the idea that the administration was going to go and have a meeting, I believe on the 11th, I think it was, with the other sending districts and with the folks over at the tech school to kind of get some more information. We wanted them to verify their data and make sure that the data that they were coming with actually showed what they were thinking it showed. And as of right now, I have not heard an update on that. But I will say that that was something that we expect to be talking about over and over again. This is not something that's going to happen anytime soon, I don't believe. There's going to be a lot of discussion, and there's not any sense that this is going to be something we're going to be doing. So this is, at this point, just a discussion, and I know there's some people who have emailed us and who may be here tonight to talk about this. Happy to answer those questions, but at this point, that's where we're at. So, and that's my report.
So I have a question.
Well, that's up to Todd.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify because, you know, I spoke to some board members about this as well, some JOC members, and saw some of the emails come in. Yes, there have been discussions, but, you know, like most conversations, I think, you know, whether you call it whisper down the lane or, you know, whatever you call it, there's been some discussions with all three school districts, Quakertown, Penridge, and Palisades. The takeaway that I want the public to understand is that there has been nothing definitive decided. There have been people sitting around the table talking about ideas, and the biggest thing that we are concerned with is student success. And so how do we ensure student success? I think we all agree that the transition from 8th to 9th grade is one of the biggest transitions for all students. And we want to ensure that when students are making that transition, they are able to handle the rigors of going to not one, but 2 placements in a day. So I think things got misconstrued. I'm not sure how they got so misconstrued about the idea of pooling all 9th graders. The conversation where we left it was looking at individual student needs and making determination based off of where they are heading into 9th grade and determining on a case-by-case basis the ability, you know, collectively talking with inclusive of the families, the school district, to see if students are, you know, if we feel they're able to handle the rigors of doing both. We understand that there are many students in Quakertown and other districts that have a passion, a true passion for attending the tech school. We are looking at the programming there, how long it takes to complete the programming, the task lists, and all the opportunities that they have from co-ops 9 through 12. And so we need to see how that interfaces with the home districts, and we need to see how it interfaces with the tech school, because it's a collaborative effort between the 4 schools, the 3 sending districts and the tech school. And so we understand that it's not a competition of, you know, who's trying to get students and who's not, but We really want to continue to frame the conversation around there are many pathways. When you come into ninth grade, there's so many opportunities for all students. And one of the pathways involved is going to the tech school and all the amazing opportunities that it can provide. But it needs to be an inclusive conversation along with the sending district as well. So that's kind of where the conversation is sitting right now. No decisions, I can't stress enough. All three districts, no decision has been made, and it's an ongoing conversation.
Well, I'm glad to see that evolved, because that's a much different discussion than what was at the Education Committee meeting,
Right.
so.
I get
You
that.
asked about how the impression became
Mhm.
out there, and the conversation, granted it was very preliminary at the Education Committee meeting, was the idea that they were going to, or you were going to pull back all of the ninth graders. Like I said, I know you guys had a meeting, I think it was on the 11th, with the other sendings and the tech school, so I'm glad that, as Chris said, I'm glad
I
the,
talk to Superintendent O'Donnell and Superintendent Barrios pretty much on a daily basis about a litany of topics, but that seems to be one.
O'Connell, I don't have the superintendent title. You misspoke there.
Oh.
It's all right, but you were facing me, so it happens.
Yes. Nice.
Yeah.
That's okay, we've all been listed as
Yes.
doctor every once in a while.
Congratulations on
It
your new
happens.
job.
Have we made any progress with considering a full joint board for this discussion? I know I'd asked that you reach out to your peers to set up something.
So I spoke with them, and I think we all agreed that let's get through December.
That's fair.
Yeah, and then after the first of the year, when all the dust is settled in all three districts, let's find a date that works.
For the record, I agree with Mr. O'Donnell, Superintendent O'Donnell.
Doctor.
Doctor
Sure.
Superintendent.
Doctor.
That would be a good activity to participate in, so we can all be on the same page.
Listen, that might be one of the hardest things that we do all year, trying to coordinate
Getting
27 board members
three
into one
admins,
night.
yeah.
So,
It'll be a challenge.
Superintendent O'Donnell can do
yeah,
it.
Superintendent O'Donnell, if anyone can do it.
So I think it's important that we, long-term, look to expand our vocational technical offerings, not, it scares me when I hear that, it's even being discussed. So I understand it's being discussed, preliminary, and you're gonna have a joint board, but right now is exactly the wrong time, in my opinion, to limit anybody from going to the tech school. And if the sending districts need to have more room, well, then we need to make more room somehow. But
Yeah,
I'll be listening very closely.
I basically viewed, Dr. Hoffman was just bringing up the occurrence of, hey, we've noticed some things, we need more data, we don't have enough, but there could be that some of those that we send there actually are wasting their time, and it's not a good.
No argument there.
Yeah, so it's really, it's an opportunity to hear what the problem is, hear some potential solutions, and then try to maximize what we do for the kids, not just think more is not always better.
No, I agree, but I don't think in any case, pulling back the ninth grade from vocational technical school should be a viable solution. I could be, nobody bats 1,000, I could be wrong. But I think it's very important. I think we should go the other way, frankly, but there's not enough room down there. So, well, I'll listen, we'll see what
I'm not sure what the
highly
other way
paid
is.
guys get, come up with.
Well,
Adding eighth
one-
graders,
one-
maybe.
One other point I want to make is that collectively, the administration would like to talk to neighboring technical high schools as well. Because one of the things that I'm sure many of you know, especially sitting on the JOC, or, presently or formerly, is that structures are very different in different places.
Here in Bucks.
Yeah, even in Bucks County, so it's different. So we just need to explore something that works for Upper Bucks, but just looking at completion rates and success rates of other places, so we can just look at that data to make a better, to make a more informed decision moving forward. And I spoke to Mr. Herrera, or Dr. Herrera, I'm getting all the titles wrong today. Dr. Herrera this afternoon, and he agrees that you know, I've told him since day one of being the superintendent of record, it's a collaboration, it's not a competition. So, you know, we want the right students there, and I'm looking not short-term, I'm looking for their long-term success. So I don't want to deny anyone going to some place that they desire to go. You know, when I think about two foundational pieces that I want them to take with them would be literacy and mathematics skills, along with learning the skills and the trades at the tech schools. So there needs to be a balance between the two. And it's not so much when they're 17 and 18, it's when they're 38 or 48 years old. You know, like I want them to have a successful foundation of learning, along with learning a trade. So.
And I think these conversations, the ones that are happening here tonight, the ones that happened the other night in Penn Ridge, the ones that are happening among the administrators, I think those are all healthy, especially when they're focusing on improving whatever services or resources we can provide for our students.
Absolutely.
So,
And Dr. Friedman, one suggestion, when you go to visit the other the neighboring tech schools, many of them, like Middle Bucks Tech and North Monco, are servicing high schools that do not have ninth graders in them. So, whereas and in some of those districts, they're looking to add ninth graders into their high school to be able to get them in the tech school. So, like Mr. Shermer was saying, this is a trend that's kind of going the opposite way everywhere else. So even if a lot of those other schools only are 10 through 12, like Middle Bucks, the main reason is because Central Bucks school districts, high schools, are only 10 through 12. So,
And I think most people know, because I saw this in a lot of commentary, that they have to remain academically eligible, because if they aren't, then, you know, going to the tech school is a privilege.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
But I don't want, this is the educator in me, I don't want C's and D's from students. You know, I want to try to get them to maximize their potential. So we just need to take a harder look at students and their ability to potentially balance. And I realize that a lot of students have said, if it wasn't for a tech school, I you know, really would have no desire to go to school. I get that. But like I said, one of the things that the common thread between all three districts is that we're, you know, looking short term, but we're definitely looking at their long-term success as well.
one of the things we asked Dr. Hoffman specifically at the education meeting was to come back and give us an update about that conversation, or any conversations since then. So,
and I have to
you know,
commend the tech school. They've given us a lot of data that we haven't seen, according to a lot of people that have been around, Superintendent O'Connell and some other administrators have been around for a long time. This is data that they haven't seen in years, if at all.
Right.
So
like I was saying, you know, we're going to continue this conversation depending on where it goes at the education committee's meetings. So I imagine it will also get back here. So there's a lot more to talk about and a lot more to learn. That is the end of my report.
That was the longest committee report in my 4 years, but very productive conversation. Thank you. Moving on to the Finance Committee meeting, that's me. I'm going to be just as long. No, I'm just kidding. We have not met since the last meeting, so we shall move on. Facilities Committee meeting, Mr. Shermer.
We did not meet this month, but just as and there's nothing for approval tonight, but heads up for next month and the board that we're going to need a new dishwasher in the high school, and it's not. It's a $150,000 item. It's a commercial, high-volume dishwasher. So heads up on that. And the other thing for the committee to follow up on is to make sure that The chiller for the sixth grade center, or the new combination school, is properly engineered and of sufficient size, because I'm not sure that, I don't have any data that says that it is, and I get a lot of questions. I have a lot of questions about it. So
I
just
believe- I
heads up,
believe-
any questions with anything, I'll be more than happy to help, but do not want to interfere.
I know that CHA is currently taking that under advisement and looking into it due to your request, so thank you.
And Mr. Shermer, I wanted to follow up that Dr. Friedman and I, and you guys were invited, but I guess you couldn't make, presented the sketch plans to Quakertown Borough last week, and it seemed to go successful.
For QE?
For QE, yeah, for the QE project. We went there with a representative from Schrader Group, from CHA, and from Terraform Engineering, and the borough seemed accepting. They didn't really give us many notes, so we look to keep moving on. We have a bi-weekly meeting with the Facilities Committee and the engineers and architects for the QE project. Those have been ongoing. There haven't been many changes to the sketch plans, that's why we haven't given you anything, but they are working on interior rooms and re-envisioning the playground area. So as soon as we get more firm drawings, and if Dr. Friedman has anything to add.
Yeah, I just want to add that, and these are internal meetings. Tomorrow and Friday, we're having what we call end-user meetings. End-user meetings are with specific groups within the school. We invited Dr. Bubser as well, and we're inviting teachers and employees within QE to kind of give us feedback at the sketch drawings that we have so far. So we've gotten into the minutia of looking at the wall next to the door, the entry into the classroom. How much glass should it have? And, what should the casework look like inside the classroom? And where should a smart board be, and things of that nature. And so we want to get some feedback from staff over the next 2 days. We have it broken out into all the groups, but the drawings, every time we have meetings, the programs that they have now, they look real. They look like photographs. So it's pretty neat to see it evolve. And
There's been a lot of man hours put into these
There's been a
meetings.
lot. There's been a lot.
And that's why I said,
too.
if when there's significant changes, we would love to bring them, to the Facilities Committee and then to the board to present them. But as of now, they're like very little, like, let's see what this classroom looks like with the desks in this configuration. Let's see what they look like. So there hasn't been a lot to really share yet, but.
Well, no, once we get past these end-user meetings and start to get some feedback, and we can kind of go back to the drawing board on things, then I think the architects said we'll get to a, marker in the sand where we can come and start to present to the collective an update of what it looks like. Very exciting, though.
Mr. Shermer? End of it? Thank you, sir. Policy Committee report. Mr. O'Donnell.
Policy Committee met on November 3rd. We have one policy going forward for first reading. It's Policy 815, use of generative artificial intelligence in education. We have 4 policies up on this meeting for second reading and approval tonight. 226 searches, 320 freedom of speech by employees, 626.1 travel reimbursement for federal programs, and 827 conflict of interest. We had some discussions around Policy 702, gifts, grants, and donations, Policy 916, volunteers, and Policy 711, disposal of obsolete, outdated district property. None of those are moving forward. The Policy 711, we decided we are not going to modify the policy, but rather there is a resolution on the agenda tonight for us to choose to ignore policy 711 when it comes to disposal of items from QE. That will afford us some flexibility in being able to give items from QE to, say, the Historical Society, Alumni Association, people. We're going to figure that out through that ad hoc committee. That concludes my report.
Thank you, sir. Communications Committee meeting and the Quakertown Community Education Foundation. Mr. Lyons.
Thank you. Neither of those committee met this month.
Thank you, Mr. Lyons. All right, Mr. Jackson for the Bucks County Intermediate Unit, the legislative report, and these are the last time you have to do these.
As always, my full slate of happenings for the IU are provided there. I will say that the meeting was held yesterday down at the Pearl Buck Elementary School in the southern part of the county. There's a special ed mini report highlighting that if you care to take a look. Moving on to the legislative report, obviously the big news is both levels of government passed the budgets, thankfully. So there is a significant amount of information in the legislative report regarding the state budget. So please take time to review that. That is my report.
Thank you, sir.
If I may make a comment on the IU. Go ahead, Mr. Lyons.
I have a question. Well, it's not really, I know you can't answer it because I don't think anyone can. I'm interested, and I think this is going to go more towards you, Ms. Young. The cyber charter funding reform, I was told at a Zoom thing I went on like 2 years ago that was supposed to be the one that impacts this district the most. And I can't really find specifics that are explaining to me how or why. So I don't know if you have that data yet or if you're getting it, and if it's coming, I would appreciate us being updated when it does come through. I'm looking through this and I see more here than I've seen before, but it still doesn't make any sense to me. Thank you.
Yeah, so currently PDE is working on revising the PDE 363 form. We have not received it. My understanding is that it's in a draft version and the different P groups are maybe looking at it so that once we get that, we will actually know how to calculate what those cyber charter reforms are going to be. So I don't have a number.
I figured there wasn't, and I'm just looking at this, and I don't know how it's different, and that's more.
Well, the significant issue at hand, legislatively speaking, not financially speaking, the push from the legislators who were looking to revise charter school funding was to set a flat fee. In other words, to cap the total spending per student at about $10,000 or $8,000. There was a significant dispute about that. That failed. In other words, there was no willingness to cap it. However, they are going to rewrite the calculation methodology, and however it comes out, which is still up in the air, we expect a decent-sized reduction in our spending per student.
So the big portion was that typically the way the formula works, you take your budget and then you reduce it by certain categories. Typically, you were only permitted to reduce it by federally funded categories. One of the changes is that now they're going to allow a 60% of your total operations, so like your facilities costs and those things, whereas before, most of our stuff wasn't federally funded. So that's where the calculation will reduce that to an extent. But just keep in mind that while that might reduce the cost on just the cyber charter, overall, as our costs increase in general, our charter tuition doesn't go down necessarily, so.
Yeah, but Mr. Jackson, you are correct. The formula is going to allow, I was at my PASA Board of Governors meeting last week, and the lobbyist for the state was there and explained that they don't have a final total calculation, but you are correct in saying that they tried to cap it. The conversation for a long time was $8,000. The concession out of that was that students have to be on camera at least once a week for safety concerns. The other give in lieu of a cap is that parents and families cannot send their students to cyber because the student is truant. If there's excessive truancy, and that was that's been a huge problem for years and years and years, not only at Quakertown but everywhere. That now it has to go in front of a judge, and the judge has to approve the student being accepted into cyber school, and they can't use truancy as an excuse that a child doesn't want to come to school. So that's a pretty significant change, because a large number of students that end up in cyber, and believe me, I do understand that there are diagnosed cases of school phobia and students, getting the diagnosis, but the truancy problem is continuing to grow across the Commonwealth and across the country. And so I think Pennsylvania made a significant step in the right direction by doing that.
All right.
I actually wanted to. Yep, sorry, I didn't see your hand.
I mean, I'll go last if you want to go.
I just wanted to.
Go ahead, Mr. O'Donnell.
So I just wanted to call out, I make a point to read all of the attachments that you put on here, Mr. Jackson, and I found something today that really resonated with me individually, and I thought I would share with everybody, because I really think it's worthwhile that there's a lot of great things that the IU does. And I think it's very apt, given that tonight our student recognition was for effective communicators. But in the handouts attachment on the IU, there's an article about assistive technology, which resonated with me because my grandmother, suffering from dementia, is now having to utilize some of this to be able to communicate. And it's a great article, and you should read it. But what really stood out to me was a quote from Dr. Hoffman, Dr. Mark Hoffman, from the IU.
Other Dr.
Yeah,
Hoffman.
the other Dr. Hoffman. And the quote is, he's replying to another statement or somebody who was being able to communicate effectively with one of these assisted devices. And the quote is, "It reminded me that communication isn't about how you speak, it's about being understood." And I thought we could all reflect on that tonight.
I just, to piggyback on that, I hope everybody appreciated that when I uploaded all these things specifically to the public domain, I wanted everybody to see it, but I always highlight just one of the things for the IU, because there's so much information, I don't want to go through it all. But I also take time to highlight those services provided by the IU that are not special ed related all the time, because we forget. So we at the school board tend to look at the IU, and a lot of people out there probably also tend to look at the IU as our special education provider. That is a component of what they do, but that is not all they do. So I hope that everybody is reading all the different things. To Mr. O'Donnell's point, there's a lot in there for you to peruse. So I hope the board members follow up in that regard.
Mr. Reimers, did you have something?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out and I guess thank Senator Coleman for introducing his bill about the weapons in school. It requires schools to notify parents and guardians and employees when there's a situation in a school, like we saw in North Penn, 2 weeks ago, I guess. I think that's a really important first step in school safety, and thank him for introducing that and for the governor signing it. I think that's a really important thing. The other thing I wanted to mention, and it strikes me as topical, in both the House and the Senate out in Harrisburg, they both had committee meetings to talk about the use of cell phones in schools. So I know Mr. Kern has some opinions on that, but I think it's interesting to see that they're going and talking about this, trying to be on top of it. So those are the two things that kind of stood out from the legislative report to me, other than the budget. So.
Thank you, sir. All right, moving on. The Upper Bucks County Technical School and the PSBA update. Mr. Spear.
The Upper Bucks County Technical School is meeting tomorrow, so we missed it by one day here. But I do want to make one announcement. There is a winter breakfast on December 6th from 9 to 11 a.m., and there may be a special visitor. Actually, no, he's on the flyer. Santa will be there. So if you want to bring your kids to the tech school on December 6th from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m., it's always a fun time.
The breakfast is great too, and it's not a lot of money.
Yeah. And then for the PSBA update, again, all of the talk has been on the state and federal budgets passing. We will have our PSBA liaison monthly meeting, I guess, in 2 weeks, or a week or two. It's sometime in the middle of the month every month. I hope it's still in December. I'll have to check on that. But I'm sure I'm going to learn a lot about the budget at that meeting, hopefully. So those are my 2 updates.
Thank you, Mr. Spear. I'm sure many of you are here for public comment tonight. We will not be having that. No, I'm just kidding. On to public comment. Terry, who do we have first?
Melanie Romanowski.
Remember that you have 3 minutes, and state your name and municipality, please.
Melanie Romanowski, Milford Township. Members of the board, fellow residents, and stakeholders at Quakertown Community School District, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I stand before you not out of opposition to any one individual, but out of commitment to responsible governance and the core mission of our schools, educating students, not expanding executive compensation packages beyond what is reasonable or necessary. Tonight, you are being asked to approve a third amendment to the superintendent's contract, an amendment that significantly expands compensation, compensation perks, privileges, and security for the superintendent at a time when our district faces real financial and operational challenges. I urge you to vote no on this amendment, and here is why. The amendment dramatically increases costs with no demonstrated benefit to the students. This amendment raises the superintendent's salary to $240,000 in January 2026. That is altogether an 8% increase. On top of this, the district is offering double the vacation payout from 5 unused days to 10, up to $20,000 per year in combined travel and professional organization reimbursements, which I do kind of agree with that there's now a cap. Contract extension through 2028, adding a year of guaranteed salary liability, expanded rates for outside paid work, allowing additional income streams beyond the superintendent's district compensation. These enhancements come at a time when classrooms are under pressure, staffing shortages persist, families face rising taxes, and teachers are being asked to do more with less. The contract largely eliminates the district's flexibility. This amendment prevents the district from ever decreasing the superintendent's salary without his written permission. Who would ever agree to that? Locks the district into a multi-year commitment extending through 2028 instead of 2027. Requires detailed written justification for any evaluation deemed unsatisfactory. Allows salary increases at any time but never decreases. Is that my time? Okay. This places the board and therefore the taxpayers in an unfavorable negotiating position. The district already granted significant raises and benefits in prior amendments. The first amendment added a 3% 403B retirement benefit. This August 24 action increased salary. And now the third amendment adds even more compensation, more perks, and more protections. How many times can a contract be expanded before we say enough? I'm going to skip ahead here. Basically, this amendment prioritizes one individual over the needs of the entire district. Every dollar spent on executive compensation is a dollar not spent on teacher support, student programs, mental health services, classroom resources, facility improvements, taxpayer relief. Our district's priorities must remain focused on students, not executive contract expansions. I have more, but I think you get the gist. So
Thank you, Ms.
it was really hard to read everything last night and fit it all into 3 minutes. So
Thank you.
Melanie.
Bobby Keller.
Hi, Bobby Keller, Richland Township. Good evening. I'm here tonight because of this rushed effort to extend the superintendent's contract, raise his salary to $240,000, a 7% increase, and block the incoming board from reviewing it. While I appreciate the superintendent's compensation study, we must also consider the reality for our community. The average household income in our town does not support such a significant pay increase. The superintendent has not been in this role long enough to show meaningful change in student performance or outcomes. Without measurable progress, approving another pay increase is premature. Major financial decisions should be based on evidence, not urgency, created by a board that is about to change. I also want to highlight a very real question of priorities. Somehow there is funding available for another raise at the top, but not enough to offer our secretaries, janitors, and support staff more than the standard 3% increase. These are the people who keep our schools clean, safe, organized, and functioning every day. They are the backbone of our district, yet their pay continues to lag behind the rising costs of living. It is hard to justify a significant executive compensation increase while the employees who make our schools run are told to accept less. What's even more troubling is that our district is currently operating under a budget deficit. We are being asked to support higher admin compensation at a time when every dollar is supposed to be carefully managed. Pushing this contract through now does not serve taxpayers, students, families, or staff. It serves one person, and it undermines the process by tying the hands of the incoming board before they even begin their work. Sorry, I lost my spot. This vote is being pushed through just days before our newly elected members chosen by our community are sworn in. This is deeply concerning and should give everyone reason to pause. For these reasons, I strongly urge you to delay this vote, let the new board, selected by the voters, review the contract and make an informed decision on behalf of this community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Andrew Gilman.
Andrew Gilman, Quakertown Borough. Good evening. I am here to give my opinions on the amendments to Dr. Friedman's contract. I think we need to discuss the merits of an extension and an increase in salary. Under normal circumstances, we would use data to determine if it's warranted. So let's talk about the data. Almost across the board, at every tested grade level, we saw a decline in the PSSA math test scores over the previous year. The same holds true for our ELA, PSSA, and Keystone tests. If I took those results to my boss and asked for a raise outside of my contract, I would be laughed out of the room. I would probably be placed on a performance improvement plan. We should also talk about the district funds for his travel, meals, and other expenses. That number, since he has been hired, is around $75,000. That number far exceeds what should be spent, and an audit by a third party needs to happen. Every dollar should be accounted for and explained. This is an abuse of our tax dollars. It is important to note that this raise is a higher percentage than our teachers or aides have received. This is disrespectful to our hardworking staff. We should talk about personal accountability and responsibility for his actions. When meeting with groups of parents, he is often disengaged and looking at his phone. These meetings are oftentimes not scheduled by the parents, but by him. Meetings that have often been canceled by him for a variety of reasons, some good intentioned and not. But there is never an apology or an acknowledgement of responsibility, with blame usually being placed on others. That is not leadership. The fact that the board is even having this vote tonight is a slap in the face to taxpayers and voters in this district. This is a lame duck session of the board, and all but 2 committee meetings did not meet this month. I'm embarrassed to say that I'm a part of this community by the way that this is happening tonight, and you should all be ashamed of yourselves. And you know that we think a little less of you. It is clear you never had the best interest of the students or community. You should be ensuring our students receive a high-quality education while being responsible for taxpayer funds. This amendment is not that.
Joshua Hutt.
Joshua Hutt, Quakertown Borough.
Dr. Friedman started at $207,000 only 2.5 years ago, proposed to go to $240,000 now, making him go up $33,000 in just 30 months. This raise right now is $17,000 alone, a huge increase. He will have a guaranteed raise of $7,200 coming on July 1st for the minimum 3% on top of his new salary that he will be entitled to, up from the 2.5%, making it $1,200 more than the $6,000 it would have been otherwise. He has 240 working days a year after removing 104 weekend days and 21 designated holidays. He has 12 sick days and 25 vacation days and 20 allowed paid travel days for conferences, meetings, conventions, and organizations. He only has to work 183 days at the district, assuming remote working is not an option, which I'm sure it probably is. In allowing him an increase to 10 unused paid vacation days, up from 5, it is essentially giving him a $5,000 bonus each year on top of the $5,000 bonus he's already getting, since he most likely will not use all his vacation time because he already is close to being off half the year. He will most likely is already getting the 5 unused vacation days paid at the end of each year now, because I know that I would make sure to eat up that easy money. So it's easy to assume that he will find ways to still get off the adequate amount of time to spend with his family and whatever, and still maximize getting the whole 10 unused days to net a $10,000 yearly bonus. Plus, we cover $20,000 minimum in travel for the conferences, meetings, organizations, etc. We also contribute 3% to his retirement, which is going to be up to $7,200 with this raise. $3,000 into his FSA plan, so already we're sinking $280,000 minimum into this one position, which is an increase, which is going to increase on July 1st by $7,416 because he's going to get a raise on his retirement contribution also because it's all based on the base salary. In just 7 short months, he's going to go up almost $7,500 minimum on top of this that you're trying to do right now. Let's not forget the taxpayers pay for his Apple News subscription, since he needs that particular paid news service to access the news because there isn't any free news anywhere easily found on the web. As a taxpayer, I want you all to understand that my family, as well as countless other families in this district, shop at 3 or 4 or more different grocery stores each week, bargain hunting, pinching every nickel, penny, and dime, trying to make the absolute lowest price for everything to feed our families and provide for their needs, and just to make the ends meet. You are elected as the stewards of our money, not to spend it like crazy on irregularly shaped buildings that are modern looking, that serve no actual educational purpose. Serving our money wisely. You need to spend our money wisely for all projects and all salaries. This man is not hurting for money, but we, the residents in this district, are. Don't give him this crazy huge raise. He is doing just fine. Plus, he works for at least 2 universities currently, maybe 3. Remember, this man is an employee of the district, not your friend. He should be treated as such, an employee. We should not be bending over backward to give him everything he wants. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Rebecca Marola.
Good evening. Rebecca Marola, Richland Township. Mr. Reimers mentioned a newly selected test for the gifted program in his report. One of the items on the agenda tonight is for the approval of a $22,000 quote from Riverside Insights to implement this testing for 2 years, and this was not included in our original budget. There are several other large dollar items, including contract amendment and other administrative raises, and I'm here to ask that we make sure we consider our priorities to putting the students first. We spend significant time and resources discussing our poor test scores, focusing on underperforming students. This is vital work, but in doing so, our gifted and high potential children are often overlooked and deprioritized, and that is an issue of systemic disparity that we must address. Many parents don't know that our district does not currently offer universal screening. They aren't aware that accessing a formal gifted assessment requires an explicit written request. This system inherently disadvantages students whose parents lack the awareness, time, or resources to navigate this bureaucracy. So approving this quote ensures that talent is found where it exists, regardless of parental knowledge or socioeconomic status, and this is the minimum standard for a district committed to serving all the students. Universal gifted screening is not a luxury, it's a necessary diagnostic tool that ensures we are meeting the needs of our brightest and highest potential learners. Tonight, you have a chance to demonstrate your commitment to students first. I ask that you approve the $22,000 for universal gifted screening, ensuring this foundational program is secured before approving any significant administrative pay raises. Thank you.
Joseph Thomas.
I just want to apologize. I can't talk really great right now. But good evening. I first want to ask how we got here.
Can you tell me?
Oh, I'm sorry. I
mun-
apologize.
municipality,
Joseph
please?
Thomas, Richland Township.
Thank you.
So last year in August, these board members that are sitting here tonight said that adjusting Mr. Friedman's pay was a one-time thing. So my first question I'd like to answer, or that I'd like answered, is who's bringing up another pay adjustment? Is it Mr. Friedman? Is it the board? Why are we even talking about this again? In August, when the previous raise happened, Mr. Spears said, "We are correcting an error that was made." Mr. Jackson agreed and said it was to correct the mistake. Mr. Ayusu, apologize if I butchered your name there, said he was already getting paid what he was worth for his time in education. Mr. Lyons said, "This is a one-time thing. I don't want to have this conversation again." Mr. Todd said, "This is a correction. I don't want to be doing this again next year." Mr. Shermer said, "This is a one-time adjustment." 6 of the 9 board members stated they didn't want to do this again next year. Yet here we are doing it again next year. That being said, if our scores were off the charts and going up, I would say give him the raise, give him everything he wants. But the reality is not that. Our Keystone scores for proficiency in algebra, biology, and literature are down since he started. Our PSSA scores in proficiency in math and science have ticked up slightly, but are down for ELA. Rates of kids going to college have dropped 10% for the school district. Kids attending advanced degrees or post-secondary degrees have dropped 10% since he started. All of this information I pulled today from the state website. This is all out there. The only number that has gone up is kids attending tech schools or schools like it after graduation, and now we hear that might be on the chopping block a year of that. If our superintendent can get adjustments to his pay every year, why can't any of the other contracted workers? This is setting a dangerous precedent. And if the board gives him another raise, a second raise out of normal, why would we believe you if you say, this is just to fix the mistake from the last mistake that we made, and this is it. This is the end. We're not going to do it again, even though you already said you weren't going to do it again. This was put to bed last year. We shouldn't be talking about it again. Please make the right decision. Vote no. Follow your words from August, or be prepared for every contracted union that we have an employee to come in here and go, hey, we want to renegotiate. If the top person can, why can't we? And I will also say, as someone that's been in a hiring manager position for many years, HR comes in, most employees get hired below the midpoint when they start. That's the midpoint. Most are getting hired at least 10% below midpoint, has been my understanding of it always. So I saw the report that was put up there, the study that was done. He's where he needs to be in that. I have other issues with the contract, but the pay, it should be put to bed. We did this once already. Let's not do it again.
Thank you.
He was gonna read his wife's comment that was sent in for his wife, Jamie Thomas.
We're both sick. She's at home with our kids. This is her. I'm just reading her words. Jamie Thomas, Richland Township. Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for giving her a chance to speak. I have a son at Richland Elementary and wanted to share some thoughts about the proposed changes to Dr. Friedman's contract. Last year, the board told the community that his raise was a one-time adjustment to bring his salary in line with nearby districts. Now, only a year later, we're being asked to consider another contract change and another increase. And with 3 newly elected board members not even sworn in until December, it raises a fair question: why is this being put through now, before the new board is seated? And what changed so quickly from what we were told last year? At the same time, our district is facing significant financial challenges: the construction of a new elementary school and the long-term costs that come with it. Before making any additional adjustments to the superintendent's contracts, family and taxpayers deserve a clear explanation of why this is necessary right now and how it directly supports our students. When we look at student performance, it's clear we still have work to do. Several grade levels continue to show mixed or declining growth, and math scores haven't improved the way families hoped under steady leadership. Many parents are still seeing behavioral concerns, learning gaps, and classroom issues that require more focused support. It's difficult to understand another contract change when our academic outcomes aren't showing consistent, measurable progress. Before approving any amendment, I believe the board should outline what goals have been met, what evaluation tools were used, and why these changes are justified so soon after last year's raise. More transparency around performance reviews, improvement plans, and the results we're aiming for would help build trust and reassure the community that decisions are being made with students in mind. She said, "I'm not here to criticize anyone. I'm simply asking for clarity and thoughtful decision-making that keeps students the center. Thank you for listening. I hope we can move forward in a way that strengthens trust, supports our students, and reflects what our community needs most right now."
Okay. That was all the public comment that signed up. All right, moving on. President's comments. So obviously there's some hot topics on the agenda tonight. We all, I'll speak for myself, I listen to all your comments. I try to read as much social media as possible. I read all the emails that you sent in. I think we had 10 or 12 emails sent in about various topics. I guess with the tech school is probably about 20 or so. I respond when I can. I do have a day job, but I did respond to a few of you, so hope that answered some of your questions. Just so you know, there is not a board member up here that doesn't have the kids in the forefront of their mind. We may have professional disagreements about a superintendent's contract, about a tech school, about IXL, but we all are up here for one reason, and it's the kids. So I'm very discouraged sometimes when I see posts online that says that, you know, we're not committed to our seats up here, or we're not putting the kids first, or we're not thinking about the community. Yes, we all disagree up here at times, but I can tell you all of us, and I will speak for everybody on this, well, I probably shouldn't, but all of us have those things at the forefront of our mind. So that's all I have to say. All right, we're going to move on. Items for board agenda, 7A. Can I get a motion to approve the 2026-2027 Act 1 budget opt-out resolution as presented?
I'll make that motion.
Mr. Spear? Mr. Shermer? Is there any discussion on this? This is a roll call vote, by the way.
I would just like to clarify with Ms. Young that this is something that we do annually, is we consider this, and it's usually done at this November meeting time of the year, correct?
And it would be good to know exactly what were the numbers that we're opting out of, and I know what it says.
Oh, yeah.
So yes, typically Quakertown has put this on in the November meeting. The Act 1 index comes in, and there's this opt-out resolution says that the board is agreeing now that they will not exceed that Act 1 index. for a tax increase, which is at a 3.5%. Currently, the state still has to provide us with which of our annual reports to use, but we do qualify for some special ed exceptions. There's a chunk of money there. However, in order to get that money, you have to do the 3.5%, and then in addition, that exception would give you whatever percentage is above that. So we have some decent money. Our special ed costs have gone up each year by various, a few $1 million in each of those years. So the way the exceptions work is that they basically take your net special education, so whatever our costs are for special education the year minus the subsidy we get, and they compare that to your following year, and they basically say that the Act 1 index number gives you a certain percentage, and then I think ours is $630,000, and then anything that you actually cost more in the next year is that exception that you can get. So there is a nice change of money estimated right now. I'd have to make sure which AFR they want us to use, and it hasn't come out, but it's probably $2 million. But that would be multiple percentages in addition to the 3.5%.
Ms. Young, would it be better if we waited so that we have the exact numbers, or are we okay to go and do this now?
So I think that the thing the board has to look at is whether or not you have an appetite to increase more than 3.5%. If you don't, then I would say do the resolution. It gives us more time to work through the numbers. The only reason not to do the resolution is because you are considering potentially increasing higher than the 3.5%. There is a budget, a significant budget change. So if we do not approve a resolution, then we would need to make sure that we have meetings scheduled in January and February and approve a preliminary budget.
Which we already do.
We do. We don't meet those deadlines. Once you do an Act 1, we typically will be doing our budget workshops usually like the first week in February, and then that doesn't meet the criteria. So it's really about whether there's an appetite to do that or not.
So essentially, what we'd have to do is, if we're going to, this is either a notification to you to speed up the budget timeline, or letting you know that we don't plan on raising taxes beyond the 3.5%, so then we can continue with our current budget timeline that
Correct.
we have been utilizing for the last few
Correct,
years.
but once we do this, we are telling the state, and we cannot raise higher than 3.5%.
Yes.
So while it's a notification to me to change the budget schedule, it is a notification to the state.
All right, so I have a question related to that, because, and it may just be my own not paying attention to the rules. I was always under the impression that whatever Act 1 was, if we went above that, it had to go to referendum. Is this saying we can't even go to referendum, or that if we don't pass this and we would somehow not do what we've ever done in the past and go above this, we still have to go to referendum? Where does referendum fit in this
So
equation?
the state allows certain exceptions that do not require voter referendum. Special education is one that we do have a qualification for. We don't qualify for the retirement because the increases in PSERS have been minimal. So if the board wanted to do this, you could go up to whatever that percentage is. The state would have to give us the calculation, approve it. I believe that happens in March. If you did not have that, then you would have to go to referendum to exceed the Act 1 index.
But just to be clear, so your statement, I just want to be clear for everybody who heard this. Your statement that we can't go above 3.5% technically is not correct, because we can use the exceptions when the state finalizes that number. We can do that without referendum, so we
Correct.
can go above 3.5%.
If we don't opt
But,
out.
what's that?
If we don't opt out.
No, we even if we pass
No.
this resolution right now, we can't
We
use
have to
it.
opt
Okay,
out. No,
okay,
this-
thank
yeah.
you. Then, but we also can't go to referendum, can we, if we use this opt-out?
This opt-out says you will not,
Correct.
yes,
So
request
again,
exceptions or
So we are
referendum.
capping ourselves at 3.5%, period, end of story, with this
Yes.
referendum.
Correct.
Thank you.
That's correct.
Okay, and with that, I just have one more statement. This isn't related to you, I'm sorry. I'm completely in favor of this, by the way. Having just had a discussion 20 minutes ago about the state budget being 135 days late and passed a week ago, it's almost laughable that we are doing our jobs and saying to the state that we will absolutely follow this budget guideline and schedule, knowing that there's a real strong possibility we're going to be sitting right here next year saying, where's the state budget? So I'm in favor of it. Let's do what we're supposed to do. But I just think it should be noted, at least in the ether, that that's kind of ridiculous.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, I'll just say that I believe the whole Act One thing came about because even districts like ours in years past had like a 14% tax increase. And so the legislation said, no, we're going to create this Act One to cap the crazy spending and taxing of our taxpayers. So they always use goofy terms like Act One. I'm sure it's the legislative number or something goofy like that. But this is something we've done. Every year I've been on the board, we always opt out. We say, no, we're not going to go above Act One. That sets the ceiling to which we are then allowed to. So we're basically binding the board for next budget to 3.5% or less. But that's what the Act One is all about.
Any other discussion? Save that for January. All right. Roll call, please, Terry.
Mr. O'Donnell,
Yes.
Mr. Lyons,
Yes.
Mr. Ayuso,
Yes.
Mr. Hippoff,
Yes.
Mr. Reimers,
Yes.
Mr. Spear,
Yes.
Mr. Shermer,
Yes.
Mr. Kern,
Yes.
Jackson.
Yes.
Okay. Passes 9-0. Moving on to 7B. Can I get a motion to approve Third Amendment to contract for Dr. Matthew Friedman, Superintendent, please?
So moved.
Mr. Kern,
I'll second.
Mr. Spear, discussion?
Yeah, at this point, I'd like to make I guess it's called a secondary motion to postpone this decision until April of next year.
I'll second that.
I interpret it to be a motion to table, correct? With a
No,
date certain?
it's a
There would be
motion to
a motion to
postpone.
Oh,
postpone.
okay.
And
Table what? Push it for 1 month, right?
correct. That's, we want to make sure, that's why we're saying postpone for a time period. I hope I read the Robert's rules correctly. Thank you. So did we discuss
Seconded.
that first?
He seconded.
You
It's been seconded.
because that
Right.
a precedential
Yep.
value.
I think it was Brian.
It was
I-
Mr.
I
Reimer.
seconded.
No,
No,
Mr. O'Donnell.
Mr. O'Donnell did.
I was the second, yes.
I could hear it, but I didn't say it, sorry.
We have to discuss this.
Can we have a
Yes.
discussion on this, please?
I mean, I'll go first if you want, since I'm the one who made the motion.
Makes sense.
Once again, it seems almost counter to say this, but I always start off by saying, I fully support Dr. Friedman. I think he's doing great work here. But I do, however, question the need to move forward so quickly on this. I'm going to call it a made-up deadline. No offense to everyone else, or maybe so. At the end of the day, we, and I will say I right now, represent the Quakertown community. And earlier this month, the people spoke in volume about wanting change to this board. I consider it a slap into the face to our community to force feed this matter through today, and it is insulting to our future board members to say they will not be able to give this contract the attention and thought it deserves. And I believe that I witnessed their attendance at these meetings. They're all three of them are here. They come to almost every meeting and committee meeting that we have. They have probably better attendance than most of our board members. I think we owe it to our community to allow these board members to weigh in on this matter, to be involved, have a say on this matter. If they have to open this contract up again and make more amendments to it, what better way to get them to have buy-in than to learn the superintendent and be involved in the process? And if we're worried that they can't get up to speed fast enough, well, there's 4 of us here that are continuing on the board. We can mentor, we can assist, we can talk, we can help them get up to speed.
I'd like to echo Mr. Lyons' words because we're doing this on the as he said, the idea that this has to happen, and there is no urgency for this. There is no data that suggests this has to happen now. other than they want to do this before the new board is sworn in because they're afraid that it won't happen after the new board is sworn in. I have no idea if that's the case. There is the argument that this is a potential disruption to students, but it won't be. There is no disruption to students waiting 6 months. There is no harm to wait 6 months and get more data to determine how well we're doing as the numbers come out, as the student test scores come out. There is no harm in that. Waiting 6 months is the smart thing to do rather than hurrying it now in, what was it on board docs yesterday, right? So I don't see the urgency other than they're afraid that this won't happen. And that's not urgency, that's just fear.
Mr. Garden, if he set a postponement date until April, does that commit the board to revisiting this in April?
That means it won't be on the agenda before April.
Cannot the board, with a majority vote, just,
Subsequent motion could change the
correct.
April date.
Thank you.
I was under the impression that that date could be incorporated into this discussion.
Well, it
You
can
wouldn't
be.
have to, you'd have to make a second motion.
No, I don't think
If they
he's
dec-
asking about it tonight.
No, my point is,
Saying in March, you decided we're gonna, or
Correct.
February, we're gonna take it up in March. As long as that 5 of you agree, that could be changed. to
correct.
the March
Understood.
date.
If 5 of you agreed in January to hold the vote then, you could do it. This is the will of the board today.
Okay.
That doesn't mandate April, just saying.
But in the absence of a contrary motion between now and then, it's April.
Understood. Thank you.
Other discussion?
I'd just like to add that while I respect the desire to deal with the devil you know versus the one that you don't, and I understand that, I think supporting this motion and revisiting this conversation in April is not showing that you're not supportive of these potential changes. It's not showing that you're not supportive of Dr. Friedman. It's simply saying we're going to give some more time for data collection, see how things are moving forward. It's pushing it closer to when we were doing a contract renegotiation towards the end of a contract anyway. And it's providing the new board an opportunity to participate in that.
And giving them a voice.
Yep.
in that.
Any other discussion? Okay.
Sure.
Oh, okay.
I mean, saying you support him and then not supporting him is kind of counterintuitive to me. The reason that I think it's important is because at the moment, we're facing, I guess we missed this prior. Both contracts of our leaders are up at the exact same time. And coming up to speed on the board is non-trivial. It's a bizarre world that this is back here. So you could also say that it's a bit unfair to put new board members under the gun to deal with pretty much the only person you hire and the one that leads the entire organization with just a few meetings under your belt. Well, we've thrown into something, you can make decisions, but I think in my opinion, the reason for doing this is to provide stability, because superintendents don't grow on trees. And you're talking about his livelihood. He's a sole breadwinner. And
Please stop. Thank you.
that's fine to not be able to take someone else's perspective, but you shouldn't trivialize the importance of him having a sense of support. And so I think it's a mistake. I think it's risky. And he's only asking for a year, and that staggers the contract, so we don't have two people potentially leaving at the same time, or the board having to deal with two major contracts. So, in my opinion, this is a mistake.
Any other discussion?
Roll call vote.
Roll call on this.
Motion of voting yes supports Mr. Lyons' motion to postpone to April.
Mr. Lyons,
Yes.
Mr. Ayuso,
No.
Mr. Hippoff,
No.
Mr. Reimers,
Yes.
Mr. Spear,
No.
Mr. Shermer,
No.
Mr. Kern,
No.
Mr. Jackson,
No.
Mr. O'Donnell,
Yes.
Are we back to the original motion then, Mr. Garten?
Yes, original motion is still on the table.
Discussion on that.
Still discussion on that? Okay.
I'll be the first to say that I have, since he got here, been a very big proponent of Dr. Friedman. I think his vision and what he wants to do with education is exactly where education is going to be in 5 years, 10 years, who knows when. I think there's a challenge to get from here to there. But as I said before, I don't see the urgency to do this 19 months ahead of when his contract ends, when we still have a lot of data, to Mr. O'Donnell's point, that we could collect. We still have, as we said, new board members who are coming on who are more than capable of picking up whatever information they need to pick up and make a decision based on facts rather than struggling to learn. This is not rocket science. We're up here and we're, you know, a bunch of people who have come from different areas. We all understand it. It doesn't take that long to understand. So the three people that are coming onto the board are more than capable of doing that. I just don't see the urgency.
Do you know what data we'll get between now and then?
Do you?
So I guess I'll go. Yes, I'm with Brian on part of what he said. I believe I'm a supporter of Dr. Freeman, a supporter of his visions and what he sees this district being in the future. What I don't agree with, Mr. Reimers, is that it's okay, and the board members coming on this board are super intelligent. I've had conversations with some more than others, but yeah, they're super intelligent people. I have no doubt they'll do a great job up here. However, I put myself in various people's roles and positions and shoes. I remember when I first started 4 years ago, I thought it was, how hard can it be sitting up here? There are so many things, little things behind the scenes that those three soon-to-be board members, that they have not seen. And I don't think in a short amount of a 5-month window, which just is being wanted to be pushed back to or held or whatever the terminology was, that they will be up to speed and understand the small things that Dr. Freeman does for this district. So in that case, I'm for this 1-year extension. I think it is a chance for him to prove himself to those 3 new board members and to continue to prove himself to the rest of this board as well. Thank you.
Mr. Hippoff, if I may, the 1-year extension in and of itself is not anything that I'm vehemently against. I was hoping that we would at least give us a little bit more time to better understand why the need for all the other adjustments into this contract. There was some very good points made during the public comment. 6 of us said we wouldn't do this again. So I was hoping during those 5 months, I'd be able to figure out what it is that justifies the changes that a majority of this board said they would not do before this contract was up. That being said, and pushing this off a few months, I was going to consider supporting this. Doing it now, I can't support it, and I won't support it. Because a majority of us said we wouldn't do this again. I'm all for renegotiating a contract when the time is right. I'm all for continuing time with Dr. Friedman. But not in this way.
I think what you forget is you're comparing apples and oranges. The apples and oranges are the salary adjustment, one of the amendments. Well, let's start with the one amendment. The one amendment was to make Dr. Freeman's contract the same as Act 93 for the 403B contribution by the district. I don't think any of us had a problem with that. The other one was an adjustment that, in my world that I'm in, he should be the highest paid employee of this district. So that is the reason that we made that adjustment. It wasn't just a, hey, here you go. It was we all believed, or at least those of us who voted for it, believed that adjustment was warranted for, at least in my opinion, for that reason. This is something different. This, to me, is a one-year extension, and to get him to not even the midpoint of a 7-county study done by the PSBA. So I don't see that as comparing apples to apples.
We're also doing this in a calendar year where we have a forecasted $11.5 million deficit. So.
And how much is this raise?
A percentage of that. I didn't do the math off the top of my head. But
How
why
much
are we
is
adding
the
more?
raise? How much is the total amount of the raise? Let's say this year. Well, it's only 6 months, but.
He was going to be at 228, and he's going to 240. So
But the total compensation's a little higher than that.
Like 12,000.
With buyback.
Agreed buyback, another $4,600.
Yeah.
Okay, and you're talking millions.
Yep.
But this is not even 20,000.
No, but I like to spend taxpayer money the way that I spend mine.
I do agree with what Ms. Morales, what Ms. Morales said. You know, there's a contract on here for the testing for gifted. I think those things are needed, and I don't think this board has ever said no to something like that, and I don't think we will ever say no to something like that.
Yeah, and I agree, and that's a situation where I would look at how that spend is going to benefit the number of students directly, impact the students immediately.
Agreed.
And I'm not saying that giving Dr. Friedman more money isn't going to benefit and impact students in a positive way. That takes a lot longer until students recognize a benefit from something like that.
Understood.
So in a situation where people everywhere in our community are tightening their wallets, I really struggle with that aspect of this amendment.
Fair. Thank you.
I think, I was just going to say, one of the differences also was, I appreciate that Glenn got that data from PSBA that looked across the 7 counties, because that's new information. I had no idea. And I appreciate, I think, Mr. Thomas, right? You rightly, I remember those days of the quartiles and percentiles, and, well, he's been here a few years already, so he's still going to be below the midpoint. And that was a little shocking to me, that we're that far off the mark. Not, it just happened. But we want to, it's a little bit like retaining talent on the football field. We they don't grow on trees. And we don't want to lose 2 leaders suddenly because we're not taking care of them.
Okay. Mr. Spear?
Okay, so I have 2 versions written down here, and I'm going to go with the one in my right hand. And this is written down because we did get a lot of emails about this, and my intent was to respond to all of the emails, so I prepared a written statement and did not have time to be able to send them all out. So I'll speak it here, and then I'll post it on social media later. When the district hired Dr. Friedman, QCSD was coming off the salaries of Dr. Harner and Nancy Ann Edwards, who were making, with their incentive bonuses, the highest paid superintendent and assistant superintendent pay package in the county. Dr. Harner was due to earn more than $285,000 had he stayed. Dr. Friedman was the current superintendent in Ocean City, New Jersey, earning less than $200,000 a year. New Jersey had a statewide cap on superintendent salaries that had recently expired in 2019. The salary limit at the end of the statewide cap was $191,584. Once the cap was lifted, salaries began to rise, but nowhere near caught up to what the PA school districts were awarding by 2023. Dr. Harner was hired at $207,000 per year in Quakertown. Oh, sorry, I was reading the line above. Dr. Friedman was hired at $207,000 per year in Quakertown. This was far below the median salary for superintendents in this region of Pennsylvania. If I recall, the median rate was somewhere near $228,000 at that time he was hired. Again, he was hired for $207,000. The median was $228,000. The terms of his contract were similar to his predecessor, with the exclusion of the incentive bonuses that both Dr. Harner and Ms. Edwards had, that would ultimately push their pay packages beyond the highest paid employees in the county at the time of their departures. Dr. Friedman was hired with a 4-year contract that expires on June 30th, 2027. Dr. Hoffman, the assistant superintendent, was 1 year into a 5-year contract that also expired on June 30th, 2027. Dr. Hoffman's salary also includes the previous incentive bonuses that will make her total compensation rise above Dr. Friedman's at its current level. This led to 2 salary adjustments during Dr. Friedman's first 2 years of this contract. His salary was adjusted so that he would earn slightly more than his subordinate, Dr. Hoffman. During the board meeting, when his second salary adjustment was approved, one of our board members, Mr. Lyons, stated that this would be the last time he would approve a salary adjustment. Dr. Friedman and Dr. Hoffman both had more than proficient reviews during this entire time of his first 2 years. Starting in June of 25, the HR committee started the process of reviewing Dr. Friedman's contract at his request. This was not rushed. This was started in June of 2025. This process took longer than expected, which led to the contract language finally being reviewed by the full board on November 17th, which was Monday. The board held an executive session where the final edits were made and presented for the agenda yesterday. When the HR committee started reviewing it in June of 25, it was not the intention to set the approval date for November 19th, nor could there have been any election results known to the committee personnel 6 months ahead or 5 months ahead of the election. The notable language that was updated in this contract was the salary, vacation buyback days, annual raise rate, and professional organization and conference travel. For the salary, Dr. Friedman's current salary for the 25-26 year is approximately $227,000. It's a little bit off from the PSBA study was actually showing his previous year's contract. So this extension is offering $240,000, which equates to a 5.5% increase over his current salary. This also puts him above the assistant superintendent's salary for the remainder of her contract. So this does fix the mistake that was made from the beginning of his contract. The $240,000 number came from utilizing the PSBA study that included a 7-county cross-section of all the superintendents. In the past, when determining pay rates for employees, the board would usually utilize a more local survey of superintendents that only included Bucks County salaries. If we utilize this, it would average out to a higher figure than the 7-county study that was done. since the 7-county survey included counties such as Lehigh, Northampton, and Berks, who all have lower average salaries than Bucks County. Now, for his annual raise, Dr. Friedman's current annual raise is set at a static 2.5% per year. In digging into other superintendents' annual pay raise percentages, the majority of them are tied to the Act 1 index. This is a rate, well, we learned about it tonight, but this is a rate which the state sets the max annual tax increases that school districts can impose without applying for special exemptions or going out to vote a referendum. Last year's Act 1 index rate for Quakertown was 4%, and this year it is 3.5%. We are offering a static pay rate increase at a flat 3%. This gives the district more reliable figures in determining what the future district's costs will be instead of a raise tied to the Act 1 index. As for the vacation buyback days, Dr. Friedman has 25 days of paid vacation in his current contract. This does not change. The current contract stipulates that he has up to 5 days. He has up to 5 vacation day buybacks at his per diem rate for each contract year. If he doesn't use the days, he loses them. The proposed contract is offering 10 days buyback at the per diem rate, which, if he utilizes them, he will remain working in the district. So instead of paying him not to be present and utilizing those vacation days, he can choose to still be paid for working those 5 additional days in the district and being present. As far as his professional organization and conference travel caps that were put on, this puts a cap on the total number of days and expenses that can be used in any given year during this contract. The previous contract did not have a cap. He could have been off for way more days than this. This is actually a financial control, not a spend. This helps control spending and helps in the future budgeting processes too. There has been criticism about the timing of this process. The criticism mainly focuses on the fact that 3 new board members will be seated at the December meeting. The board would have most likely started the process of reviewing the current contract this school year. By giving only a 1-year extension, the current board will make sure that the new incoming board members will have a say, along with the remaining board members in the next contract negotiation. This is not what happened in 2017, when the last time the board flipped from a one-party majority to another. In 2017, the 8-1 Republican majority board granted Dr. Harner a new 5-year contract between the election day and the December reorganization meeting, after a new 5-4 majority of Democratic board members won their elections. This locked out any new board members from having any say in the superintendent's contract for their initial 4-year term on the board. By agreeing to a 1-year extension, this gives Dr. Friedman the time to communicate with the new board members and allow them to participate in setting his goals for the upcoming school year, and even perform an evaluation before having to decide whether or not to renew, extend, or not renew his next contract. So this gives them one full cycle of having the superintendent, seeing everything he's done, setting his goals, and actually giving him a performance review. So I believe that those are important steps for any board member to have before determining whether or not to fire somebody or keep somebody or give them an extension or not. So I believe that this 1-year extension is not the 5 years that they gave Dr. Harner back in 2017, which locked the board members out. This is a time for them to get to know the superintendent and the superintendent to get to know the new board members. And that's why I'm going to vote to approve this extension tonight.
Bravo, Chris. Well done.
Thank you, Mr. Spear.
I don't know how I follow that.
You could
Yeah.
read my shorter version.
No, very simply, I never pretended to be an educator, but I relied heavily on the opinion of the educators that's on the board, and we've heard his opinion of what Dr. Friedman is doing with the district. But I do have an awful lot of experience in operations. And I can tell you that a lot of the changes in operations that have been made were A, a surprise, and B, very much needed, and C, the changes are effective. So we have one employee. And for me, it's important to make sure that that employee remains motivated and supported. And with respect to the timing, we started to talk about this back in June. And there were several requests made by the folks several things that we had to do and several meetings that we had pulled together amongst negotiating with Dr. Friedman and Mr. Iosu, and the HR committee did everything that we were asked and everything that we promised to do. Also with respect to timing, I feel that my vote, although it'll be my last vote for this particular term, is as valid as the first vote as the incoming board is when they come in next month. So, I support Dr. Friedman, and I support this particular amendment, one-year amendment to his contract. Frankly, I wish that it was a bit longer because it was a lot of effort for one additional year, but it does give deference to the new board coming in. With that, I'm done. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Shermer. Any other discussion? Mr. Jackson?
I want to thank Mr. Spear for going really, really long there, because I was afraid I was going to go longer than that. So my main purpose in my vote tonight is to let the public know how I feel. But also I want the public to understand the whole process of how we got here, because a lot of things that were said appear to be an error, and I want to clarify the record, because that's what's paramount to me, is making sure everybody is clear as to how we ended up where we are. Looking back at the roll call votes from a year ago, the first motion was to augment Dr. Friedman's contract by giving him an additional compensation for his retirement fund, something that everybody has that we had unfortunately neglected to include in his contract at the time. So that was the First Amendment. I don't believe for a second that is unwarranted. That actually, I believe that was supported by the full, it was a unanimous vote on that vote a year ago. Bear that in mind. The Second Amendment, and I have a question for just Mr. Garten regarding the motion on the table in a moment, but the Second Amendment was to adjust his salary from 207 to 208. Let me get the number precisely. 208,578, a small increase, and I can't recall why that number was utilized, but there's a vote that went forward. There were 3 dissenters, Mr. Reimers, Mr. Iosu, and Mr. O'Donnell. I supported that because it was a small thing, and I can't recall what the fix was, but I supported that little fix. So we're not talking about a giant increase in salary on that vote. Immediately following, there was another vote. I'm not sure if that represents a Third Amendment or not, because the one on the table that the motion has been made as a Third Amendment to the contract.
What I had was one written amendment that related to the retirement, and then minutes from a board meeting where there was an increase in his compensation. That was the Second Amendment. I'm not aware of any Third Amendments.
I'm reading the minutes from the meeting of August.
They were the same day. They occurred
Correct.
the same day.
Correct.
One was the approval of the retirement dollars.
Correct.
The second was a raise.
Correct.
That was the Second Amendment to his contract because it increased his compensation.
Correct, but then there was there was a second increase to his salary that was voted on. That 208,578 was followed by another vote to increase his salary to 223.
I was only provided with one set of minutes.
I appreciate that, but let's leave
Whether
that.
it's the second or third or the fourth.
It's inconsequential.
Right.
Fair enough. I just wanted to point that out for the record. The second vote for salary that night was for 223. Why was that brought forward? Mr. Spear alluded to that during his lengthy comments. Public comment was made about the number of $240,000 being offered tonight for Dr. Friedman. I would remind the public that Dr. Harner's final contract 3 years ago, Mr. Spear used the number 285. I had calculated at the time of 273. His total compensation package at the time was for $273,000. That actually made him the highest paid employee publicly funded in the entire county. Commissioners, judges, anything. That made Dr. Harner the most highest paid employee in the entire county that year. I would remind everybody that I don't recall a lot of outrage for the board for supporting that contract. So I want to bring that to attention. I'm only pointing out facts here. I'm not, right.
I would have been outraged.
You would have
had
been,
I been on the board.
but again, I'm just pointing out facts. I'm trying to I'm not making judgments. I'm just saying these are the facts.
The outrage was
Now,
not allowed because you voted to give him a 5-year extension, just saying.
No, but anyway, my point on that is to this regard. I voted, to Mr. Spear's point, or I voted on that contract to Dr. Harner. That is a big regret I have. Not that I supported Dr. Harner, is that I believe the contract for himself and his 2 assistant superintendents was a poor contract. It had a lot of perks that were unnecessary and egregiously high. I have a big regret in doing that at this point in my career. The assistant superintendent remaining, Dr. Hoffman, is still under that contract. It augments her salary, her total compensation package, to a very high number. Now, I believe, I'm not sure if it was Mr. Kern or somebody else commented that, might have been Mr. Spears commenting that we wanted Dr. Friedman to be the highest paid employee in the district because that's typically the role of the superintendent. And while I share his sentiment, I do not share the concept that I'm already not happy with the compensation package that Lisa Hoffman is getting. No slight against Lisa Hoffman. I just believe she falls under that same structure that both Dr. Harner and Ms. Edwards fell under. So it's been my position since last year when we had to vote on the 223 contract that I'm not going to artificially inflate Dr. Friedman's contract to rectify a wrong that we forced it upon the public in establishing those other 3 contracts. So the number being asked at the time back then was 223. That was a significant jump over the 208 we had just approved mere minutes before. So the vote to approve that fell to four no's, and I was a no on the number back then. The number in front of us today is 240. The situation hasn't changed. I'm not happy with the compensation model that Dr. Hoffman is under. I have no slight against Dr. Hoffman. I think she's fantastic. I have no slight against Dr. Friedman. My issue is that the compensation model and his request is based upon a number that unfortunately I believe is artificially high. And he signed a contract for a certain rate. Whether he was aware of this or that, I don't know. We have the ability as a board to augment his salary via bonuses or other things, but going from 207 to 240 in 2.5 years just isn't warranted. And again, comparing his salary to others across the county, I do not care about what the county is making. I'm not going to compare somebody who works in Quakertown Borough or the Quakertown School District to somebody who works in the New Hope Soulbury School District. I'm not going to compare somebody who works in the Quakertown School District to somebody who works in Doylestown, Central Bucks School District. I'm not going to do that. We have a vote in front of us. I believe, you know, the one other thing I will say today is I voted no on the punting of this thing until April. I would challenge those who voted yes, and there were three of them, Mr. Lyons, Mr. Reimers, and Mr. O'Donnell. We all, to Mr. O'Donnell's point, he made this point several times, we all made the point that when we approved this one-time thing, it was a one-time thing. If it was a one-time thing, why would you support punting until April? You either approve a no now, or you approve a no then, or you go back on your word and you're willing to increase it when you just said a one-time thing. So if you're not willing to do it now, why would you punt? Why would you have made that motion and voted on that? That's my one challenge to those who supported that motion. I'm ready to vote because, again, it's not a slight against the people involved. It just makes it's a bad decision for this district to do it at this time. That is my piece.
May I respond to that?
Jackson? Yeah. Mr. O'Donnell? Yeah.
Sure. And I believe I did state this, Mr. Jackson, that I feel that in 5 months, we're more in the time frame of when we would be renegotiating a contract. And I would look at this proposed extension as the terms with which Dr. Friedman is putting forward for that renegotiated contract.
Any other discussion?
I'll try something else.
Try something
I'll
else?
try something else.
What are we trying?
Well, we all seem to want to support the 1 year. So I'm going to make a motion that we amend the employment agreement to only include the first provision, which is the provision 1, the extension of the contract for 1 year, removing provisions 2 through 8. And hearing no second, it fails, so, thank you.
I'm still trying to think through that.
Are there any other discussions on the motion on the table?
There's no second, so no
right.
discussion.
Well, I want to ask a clarifying.
Go ahead, Mr. Reimers.
So you're suggesting just extend for a year and leave the other components of the proposal as it is?
Yep.
Okay. I would second that.
Did you just second that?
I would.
Mr. Gartner, are we then,
Through 8.
are we then
Not
able
2 and 3.
to cherry pick and
Well, you,
do it?
the
Not,
amendment was made, you have to vote on the amendment, and if other amendments are made, you have to vote on the other amendments.
so you can make multiple amendments to this?
Make multiple amendments, yes.
Discussion on this one? I don't see any.
Mr. O'Donnell, I know you mentioned eliminating 2 through 8. I think when you have the contract in front of you, you're probably not going to want to eliminate item number 8, because 8 is in reference to the former amendments. It's legal language there. It doesn't have any factor in compensation or anything. It's just a generic term from our board solicitor.
Yeah, I probably made the motion incorrectly. You're correct.
Okay.
Can we simplify the motion to simply be that we strike all amendments other than the fact that this is a 1-year extension?
If you'll remove your second, I'll remove mine and make a
I'll
new
remove
motion. And I'll remove my motion, and I will make the motion as Mr. Jackson just stated, remove all provisions from the contract other than the 1-year extension.
The amendment.
The amendment. Sorry.
Actually, the motion is to amend the pending motion to only consider a 1-year term of his current contract?
Yes, that. Can you help
Got that,
Terry
Terry?
write that?
She and I will work on it while you're deliberating.
I don't
Thank
know
you.
how much deliberating there is. Discussion?
I'm offering this up as a kind of a middle ground here for those that are considering no.
Sorry, I have a question, and I'm sorry, because I'm looking through
We're in discussion.
one
so
notes,
ask your
and
question.
Mr. Iasu, what was the provision you said we should keep?
8.
I don't have an 8 on mine, I'm sorry. Not my hard copy, that's why I have 2 sevens.
Should be online uploaded. There's an item 8. I printed it out from board docs
There
today.
is. There's an 8 on here.
We changed that. It's really, the only thing on the table now is the 1-year extension. That's the way that the motion reads.
Yep.
So you want to like drop the raise and the other changes to the wording?
Just the extension.
You just want to change the date?
All the other changes that are in the draft would go away except for the 1-year extension to the term, based on Mr. O'Donnell's.
And the full language of this contract, as it is now, maintains. In other words, any changes to days for attendance at meetings and all that things stays to the existing language. Just an
does.
FYI.
No, I'm aware of that.
Mr. Garten, can I ask a question, please? And I know you're sitting right there, I'm sorry. How do we know Dr. Friedman would be agreeable to that?
You don't.
So isn't a contract duly agreed upon?
If you approve it, he doesn't approve it, there's no amendment.
So
We could approve this way, and then I could sign it, and then if he doesn't sign it,
It's basically an expression of your intent, but it's a nullity as being an amendment.
okay. I just wanted to know the steps here. Thank you.
So I would just like to comment that, you know, one of the reasons that we have to keep revisiting this over again, and I understand we don't have to keep revisiting it again, but one of the reasons we have been is that Dr. Friedman's salary falls below his subordinate salary. And I believe that that is an important thing that we need to consider here. And this does not fix that. This just puts this time on the end of it, which, again, I agree that's another important aspect of what we're considering, just because it staggers the superintendent and assistant superintendent. And again, we're not giving them 4 or 5 years to, you know, remove the new board members from being able to consider any future amendments. So I really think, you know, in my case, that we're not really fixing anything here. We're just adding this time on here, which, again, we can do anytime. If I would say, if you want to consider adding a year, vote no on the main contract and then bring it up after the new people come in. But if you truly want to fix this, if we want a superintendent that's paid the market rate, so our superintendent, and cover your ears at this point, Dr. Friedman, so our superintendent doesn't go off and look for another job because we're not paying him the fair market rate here. Then that's why we need to consider, when we did the teacher's contract, we did the exact same thing. We looked at the median rate for what teachers were making in this county and considered that. So when we did the support staff, we went above the median rate because we knew that the positions were hard to hire. So we're considering going below the median rate for the superintendent and fixing the one issue that has plagued us every year he's been here. So I believe that we should just consider the original motion and move forward with that.
By my numbers, I had 279K for Dr. Harner. It's 39K less than the last year that Dr. Harner worked for us. That's with the increase. The additional 1 year remedies half the problem, maybe. It doesn't remedy the compensation issue when we know that there's that there are opportunities elsewhere. And Dr. Friedman wants to stay here. And, you know, again, the feedback where it's not my area of expertise has been positive, and where I have a lot of experience, the operation changes have been first identified, and then remedied. And that's worth a lot of money. No, I'm happy with the original motion.
I want to ask Mr. Garten something.
Go ahead, Mr. Kern.
Mr. Garten, is it possible to do something like, let's say there's two elements to the contract before us. One is the date, the extension, and one is sort of the monetary compensation. Certainly the salary, and there's a couple other, the raise, and there's a couple other things. Is it possible to break both of those out and say, can we get a consensus on the date? Do we all agree to this date, and then and that passes, and we say, can we get a consensus on the?
I don't know whether consensus is the right word, but obviously you could break it into two separate motions. If you
Okay.
consider one and consider the other after you consider the first one, you can do that.
Okay, so we could consider the date and see if that passes, and then we can make an amendment to consider the other parts.
Would be, I'm not going to speak for you, would be to approve the remaining elements of the third amendment, having already approved the extension of the term. That's how you would proceed if you were going to break it into two halves.
Okay, well, let's just proceed with the first one, see if it flies. In other words, it doesn't preclude.
What's happening is the motion is to amend your original motion, which was to approve the amendment as written. That means that there would have to be a new motion to amend his contract to include all the elements of the original draft aside from the extension which you already approved.
So I should make that now instead of.
Well, no, let's vote on this, because then if there's another change you can make, before we vote on that, you can make an amendment motion to do whatever you want to add.
Okay.
So, wait, let me just get something straight procedurally here. The original motion was made by John Kern, seconded by Chuck,
Correct.
right?
Yes.
That motion now, Dave O'Donnell is trying to amend that motion?
He's made a motion to a second to modify that motion.
But can you do that
to
on top
only-
of the first motion?
Pardon, yes.
Because John made the first
It doesn't
motion,
make-
but
the
Dave,
motion to
okay.
amend is always
That's-
relevant. He's proposing to amend the motion to only approve that amendment that was fostered to extend it 1 year for his contract. All the other modifications would not be voted on at that point, if that's approved, if that motion to amend is accepted and approved. That means the only thing you're voting on is to amend his contract by adding 1 year to the term.
All right, so just to avoid going around in a circle and then we're back in the exact same place. I think as a group, are we agreeing that if you're voting against this amendment, you're voting for the original motion?
That's not true. You're not voting for it. You're voting down the amendment, and we have to then vote yea or nay on the original
All
one.
right. Can I?
Only want to consider the original.
Can I just make one suggestion here? Before we go through all of this exercise, approving one line at a time in his contract, can we recess to an executive session so we can speak about this to see if it's even relevant
If 5 board members would
that
agree.
if
you
Dr.
can.
Hunter, or Dr. Harner, why, I gotta get this paper out in front of me. Dr. Friedman will even accept this to begin with unless, if we're gonna be making all of these motions and approving this line by line, we might as well see if it's even relevant to do so. So, are you okay to meet for an executive, to break for 5 minutes?
5 board members have to agree to go to executive session.
Mr. Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Lyons,
Yes.
Mr. Shermer, Mr. Spear.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Okay, we're gonna adjourn to go to executive session. We will be back. Thank you very much for your patience. It's appreciated. No, we're still going, right? Okay.
Yeah, we're middle
still rolling.
discussion.
Okay.
I'd
So there-
I'd like to withdraw my motion to amend.
I would withdraw my second.
Okay.
And I would like to make a motion to amend, I think it's revision 2, where it talks about 240,000 salary to be 233,000.
If I may, while she's doing it, the motion should be to amend the pending motion to change the compensation from 240,000 to 233,000 in the compensation paragraph, which I believe is paragraph 2.
2, correct. That sounds better.
She and I will work it out.
I'll make a second.
Discussion. Well, we can discuss why they're.
Since I haven't talked, I just wanted to say that, Dr. Freeman coming on board, it's not an easy job, as we all know. I tell him I would not want to be in his seat. The stuff that he has to deal with on a daily basis, it's a lot of hard work. I know we have a difference of opinion on the functions of a superintendent. We get to see a lot and hear from him. And the data is, there's comments, the data is not there yet. We all recognize that. We want to see better test scores, but it does take time. It's like a big ship in sea. It doesn't move instantaneously, a school district. It takes time. And we've given him a lot of luxury. We've invested in him as a school board, as a school district, to make changes academically here. And we're seeing some of those changes come to life. They're not as quickly as we would hope, but we're looking to see more. And coming in to a new role, where the prior superintendent was here for, 10+ years, is there's a lot that occurred that we weren't aware of, that he's, having a different set of eyes. Comes in, you see get a different feel. And there's reference to operations, there's changes that occurred operationally. were significant. So there are a lot of changes to, if you want to call it, re-gear our school district for the better. And we are making, some inroads that are yet to be seen, but we're looking forward to it. Relevant to compensation, I was board president at the time, negotiating with Dr. Friedman when he was coming on board. He had coming from New Jersey, and it was truly a pleasure to go through the interview process and have our community part of that interview process. And we landed on Dr. Friedman to invest our energy and time into him. He did ask for a 5-year contract when he first started. We gave him a 4, and his assistant has a 5. So to actually extend him another year is in good order, considering it does take time to see some improvements in our district. And also relevant to compensation, it's very tough when you're super, you're the chief leader of a district, and someone below you is getting paid more. There's a little corrections that need to be done. And we did them last time by a board. It was 5-4, it was very close. But when you look at the analysis today, there was reference to the Act 1 index. The Act 1 index always changes. So that means there could be a possibility that assistant could go over the super again, because that Act 1 index changes all the time. So what we're trying to do here is, a simple fix. It doesn't look that way with some of these revisions. I know there's different public sentiment accordingly relevant to some of these. Some of the matters that have been brought to our attention or we're aware of, we've talked with him. He's a professional. Yeah, he's willing to work it out. He definitely has the interest of the students at heart. When it comes to making decisions, he's always thinking about the students. You may not see it, but he's doing it. That's for sure. So in terms of this contract amendment, I know there's an amendment to change the amount. I think he's considerate of the public resentment associated with such a high number. And what we'll see here shortly is a lower number to be more accommodating, but still puts him above the assistant super. I think that's necessary. Thank you.
Just a
Thank you, Mr.
clarification for the public who are listening and paying attention to this thing. The motion on the table is an amendment. The motion is to amend the contract amount that was in the amendment from 240 down to 233. If this is approved, that does not approve the contract. That simply amends the amendment to be 233 rather than 240. We then have to take the motion on the amendment to the contract and approve that whole, it's just, not only is it 230, it's the 1-year extension, it's all the changes to the days and all that. So we do have 2 things in front of us. So, hold your applause or your other sentiments until after that, please.
And do these both need to be roll calls, Mr. Garten?
Yes.
You're voting on the motion to amend it from 240 to 233 is the first one you're taking
Okay.
your vote on.
Let's go.
Mr. Kern,
Yes.
Mr. Jackson,
No.
Mr. Shermer,
Yes.
Mr. Spear,
Yes.
Mr. Reimers,
No.
Mr. Hippoff,
Yes.
Mr. Ayusu,
Yes.
Mr. Lyons,
No.
Mr. O'Donnell,
No.
Passed 5-4. Now the motion that's as amended is voted on with the $133,000 compensation, $233,000.
Well, hold on.
As opposed to 140. We get plenty of votes from 133, I'm sure.
Take one for the team, come on.
The motion's still on
Well, the motion's on the table, you don't need to take another motion. We've already amended it.
I think we've deliberated this one enough.
We did discuss, right?
Yeah.
No.
No, just
You're voting
Roll.
on the amended motion, which is the third amendment with a compensation change from 240 to 233.
Voting on the original
Motion as amended.
as amended.
Do we need a motion for that?
Yes.
So I will make a motion.
It's already on, Chuck. We're just gonna vote
All
on it.
right, fine, okay, that's fine.
Right?
I'm fine with that.
Ready.
Mr. Ayuso,
Yes.
Mr. Hippoff,
Yes.
Shermer,
Yes.
Mr. O'Donnell,
No.
Mr. Lyons,
No.
Jackson,
No.
Mr. Kern,
Yes.
Mr. Spear,
Yes.
Mr. Reimers,
No.
Motion passes 5-4.
All right, moving on. 7C. Can I get a motion to approve the temporary suspension of policy 711, disposal of obsolete/outdated district property pertaining to Quakertown Elementary demolition?
So moved.
Mr. O'Donnell.
I'll second.
Mr. Lyons with the second. Discussion.
So my only question about this, and whatever happens with the ad hoc committee that's going to be deciding this, is that, we keep aware of the construction timeline that has been laid out, that delaying the construction for the QE project to remove items from QE and prepare them to donate or give to other people. I really don't want to cause delays on there because it's only going to add costs to the project. Plus, the cost to remove these items, we're going to have to pay our maintenance people to go into QE to actually remove these things. So I would just.
Those are all items that the ad hoc committee is going to need to consider.
Yep, and that's why I just.
Decide based on.
I guess I just wanted to tag that little note onto there, so.
Yeah, Mr.
So
Spear,
does
It's
this give the ad hoc committee are they the judge and jury on, yes, well, it says they are authorized to determine the appropriate individual, organizations, contractors to conduct salvage operations compliant with school code, establish procedures and timelines. They're the ones that we are going to authorize to establish timelines.
Mr. Garden, the only recommendations from a committee, then they go to board for action.
Any contracts require board approval.
Correct.
That's clear in the revised or the suspension resolution.
But
for lack of a better
it
word.
says on here, they're authorized to establish procedures and timelines.
It says, if you looked at the change I saw, which was based on my correspondence, was consistent with the school code, which requires all contracts over $100 to be approved by the board.
Yeah,
The
regardless
one
of
that
what-
that has the school code in there, Mr. Garten, is the one that says about determining the appropriate individuals, organizations, or contractors to conduct salvage operations
Contractor
In-
requires a contract.
in compliance with school code. The next bullet point says nothing about the school code.
Well,
It's not the next bullet point. I think we could read, maybe it needs to be tightened up, Todd, but it does kind of say that contractors will conduct salvage operations in compliance with the school code with respect to approval and execution of contracts. In other words, they're not freewheeling these.
Regardless of what this may say, it really does not matter from the simple point of the board, nothing can happen from a monetary standpoint unless the full board approves it. It doesn't matter what this little policy change says. It really doesn't.
This is partially a monetary item. This is also a timeline. A timeline is not a monetary, I guess it technically could be if you want to equate it to that. But I think the board, as long as, Mr. Garden, you're saying that the board has to approve everything that's on here and they're going to recommend to the board, then I'm okay with it.
Has to approve every contract related to the demolition, salvage, or whatever of QE. It doesn't have to approve if the ad hoc committee desires to give a certain architectural feature there that's not going to be reused to the Historic Society.
Yep. Yeah, and just to be clear, I'm okay with giving things to the Historical Society and certain.
I support giving things.
So, yeah,
to the-
absolutely. I
Yeah,
just
we
want to
have.
make sure that they don't have carte blanche over, timelines of a $63 million project that could get delayed because of it.
Timelines would not be in this policy, because this policy is suspending your current policy, which has a very convoluted process. You have to invite other principals to say what they want. Then you have to go and you have to see whether you can go out to a public bid. So it would take you an inordinate amount of time
Okay.
to be able to dispose of materials in QE that you're not gonna reuse.
Okay.
I think the only thing, this cannot adversely affect the schedule, like, well, sorry, you're gonna start a whole year later.
This is not intended to revise the schedule, it just talks about the process for getting rid of materials that originate from the demolition of QE.
That we're not gonna use again.
And those items that are coming off walls with asbestos in the back of them, who are we getting to check that information?
That-
'Cause that's cradle to grave kind of
That's gotta
stuff,
be a
right?
contract that's gonna be supervised by your engineer and your project manager.
Sounds like
Is this gonna occur before or after we remediate the building?
It depends on.
Who's gonna manage this from our side?
sounds like we should form an ad hoc committee to discuss these things.
This is,
That's
this
the
is
part of the resolution.
There are way too many loose ends on this, and there are huge liabilities with respect to money, timeline, and liability with materials that we know right now and have documentation that are encapsulated. And I'm not disagreeing with what you're trying to do.
I agree.
I'm just saying that this needs much more thought before we suspend a policy of disposing of assets that we're supposed to take care of.
Can we just change the
It
charter?
needs
of
more
the-
thought.
If we
I
cha-
will not support this.
The policy as it currently exists does not talk about at all timelines or encapsulating asbestos or any of that. That's
It says
all,
timelines
that's
right
all a
here.
construction management engineering question. All the old policy talks about is what do you do about obsolete and no longer used personal property?
So, Mr. Gardner, if we just set the charter for the ad hoc committee to be, to report to the board for approval on any of the disposal items, then we can make sure that we clear them with our facilities department or engineers or.
I'm gonna speak for Mr. O'Donnell. I don't think he envisions that the ad hoc committee is gonna be contracting with your asbestos abatement company.
I don't believe he
I mean,
plans
I
to
don't-
do that
and I-
either.
And I think this is just talking about, you know, bookshelves and desks and casements and doors.
What could happen? I don't understand why everybody is looking at this and their mind is spinning out of control as if 3 members on a committee are going to start running and doing things. First of all, Chuck's right. There's all kinds of things that have to be considered. But demolition is in what, for 2 years?
No. So, no.
I mean, is
So
it
let
this
me
summer?
me
Go ahead,
let me
hang on a
review the
second.
timeline with
Go ahead,
everyone.
give me the timeline.
The timeline with everyone is that late August, early September, they want to take that building down.
Okay, fine. Well, the ad hoc committee begins to move.
Wait,
but-
hold, there's
Go
more
ahead.
to it. When the kids get out in June, they want to start almost immediately to do the asbestos abatement. They said they need to tent the whole place and get working on that, and then tear down around late August, early September to stay on the anticipated timeline. Like, I think there's a misconception that we have all this wiggle room, since, you know, we are desiring to have a fall opening, not a mid-year opening. So
I'm not suggesting we got a ton of wiggle room. What I'm suggesting is the ad hoc committee, once formed, and again, I wish I was on it because I would have loved to have been part of it. But you've got time, several months, to figure out a method to get in there and get things. Now, that method, I'm sure that Mr. O'Donnell will attest to this. We ain't changing the timeline. You guys are not changing the timeline. I don't care if you go, the salvaging operation isn't going as you smoothly intended. You're not going to say, oh, I'm sorry, we need more time to save this thing.
Would you agree with that,
This
Mr.
is
O'Donnell?
not- Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. O'Donnell, this is not the ad hoc committee determining how the demolition is going to occur.
No, it's how they can salvage certain
What
things.
they want to salvage,
How-
not how they're going to salvage.
Well, there's got to be a how in some kind of,
Yeah, how, but the ad hoc committee is not determining how.
Well-
They're determining what should be salvaged and
So-
what should be offered to others and whatever else.
but they
So
they
since
have to have-
everybody's
there's gotta
talking
be a
for
time-
you-
Motion to table this.
Yeah.
No,
Next, I motion to table
It doesn't need to be tabled. It just needs to be given to them
No,
so
it
that they
needs
can
to be
begin the
voted
process.
down.
If we,
It needs
if
to be voted down because it's not thought through.
they have, but they're the committee to think it through. That's their purpose.
So why do you need to suspend a policy for? To
That's-
think it through?
Suspending the,
Through, bring it back. That's my opinion. You guys do what you want. What can happen? Who knows?
suspending the policy simply says that our current policy, which is very vague and general,
The current policy
Correct.
is too specific.
okay, so, right.
Five
it-
steps.
we're not-
After
we're-
you finish the 5
we're-
steps,
we're-
you'll
Not
be
arguing.
in
You
X
have to
months.
let the ad hoc committee do their job. Everybody's worried about X, Y, and Z, which is why you have to let these guys
Fine,
do
come back
exactly
with a
what you want.
process.
They're
Come
not,
ba- Come back with a process.
that's
Okay,
what their
hold-
purpose is.
hold-
They're gonna come back with a process.
So do you need to
Okay,
suspend the
okay,
policy
okay.
for that?
Mr. O'Donnell,
Hi.
hi, since everybody's talking for you, how about you talk?
Yeah, so it's my understanding that the current policy 711 is not conducive to us being able to dispose of anything within QE outside of hitting it with an excavator and throwing it in a dumpster. It's very limiting as to, the process required to dispose of property. So the intent behind this resolution is to suspend policy 711 with regards to QE and just QE and only the scope of QE, and call out the ad hoc committee, the forming of the ad hoc committee, to determine what is it we're going to salvage, how are we going to do so without impacting the timelines and without incurring a bunch of cost, and then make a recommendation to the board
Okay.
for the approval. The ad hoc committee has timelines in here where it is the ad hoc committee would be dissolved either, I think I have August 30th, or the demolition of the building, whichever comes first. Well, as an ad hoc, we should have a start and end date for the ad hoc, which is why I included that language. So that's the intent. I'm open to changes to the resolution. I shared the resolution with the
I
policy
think
committee
I
and
appreciate
with
your
Mr. Garten.
You're explaining your intent, and that makes me feel better about life.
Sure.
So I appreciate that. Thank you.
I'm okay voting for this now then,
Yep.
too.
Any other discussion?
Nope.
All those in, is this roll call? I don't.
That doesn't have to be.
Sorry, my computer just went down. All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All, anybody opposed?
Aye.
8-1. All right. Moving along. Can I get a motion to approve 8A through 8E, please?
I'll make that motion.
Mr. Spear,
I'll second it.
Mr. Shermer, discussion.
I just had one question about item D. And maybe it's just the way I'm interpreting it, but in item D, it looks like it's saying that the price for the whole contract is such, and at the bottom, then it spells out 4 or 5 items that add up, but one of the items at the bottom that looks like it's included in the package is not included in the overall price, and I'm not sure I understand how that's sort of coming together. It was the light-up bracelets seem to be out of the,
The crowd sync
It
bracelets?
says not included in the total.
right, but it, whoops, I opened up the wrong one. But it looks like it's included in the itemized list of things that we get.
Yeah, but
So I
for
wanna-
some
I just
reason,
wanna
it
make
says
sure.
not included in total. So the crowd sync bracelets have a funny caveat, which is maybe why it's not included in the total.
Right, and I just want to make sure that I'm reading this correctly.
Ms. Young, to the podium, please.
Prom
Ms.
expert.
Young.
So it appears that the proposal, so first, this is not a cost to the district. It's students, yeah, it's a pass-through, so just.
I understand that.
But it looks like the $3,050 does not include that last crowd sync bracelets. My guess would be that if they wanted to choose that, they could then pay that additional if they wanted to so do that.
Okay, because like I said, it doesn't really say that.
I
At least
I
it's
do
not
I
clear.
do see Yes, I do see that.
Because it's not included in the price.
I would just make sure that they're aware of that,
Yeah.
just in case they were thinking it was, because it is a bit confusing.
Right,
there.
but
We can
it's
confirm.
not included in the total cost.
Right.
Okay.
And,
Right,
and
event price cost.
if you really want some more information, that they're
I just
no,
want to
they're
make sure
they're
that
they're considering these for graduation as well. So that's
I just want to make
all I
sure
wanna tell you.
that we know what we're getting or what we're not getting, for this contract.
Thank you, Mr. Reimers.
Thank you.
Anybody else? All those in favor, say aye.
Wait, hold on.
Oh.
Sorry, I have more discussion. Stay up there. All right, it's a simple question. I'm sure you don't need your folder to answer it. I just have a question on the bills. I'm looking at the setup of the bills, and I feel like it's different this month than it has been in the past.
Oh, she'll be excited to talk to you about that.
I know. I just see there's multiple places throughout where there's,
Us
in my
accounting
line, it
nerds.
looks like two things. So I'll just mileage reimbursement, and then it says cell phone reimbursement. And some of them, sometimes it just says cell phone reimbursement. My question is, which one is it in
Oh.
these situations?
So the way our system works, we can put in, I could have 10 invoices that get cut with one check. It will take the highest two descriptions to give you more information, and then the other ones don't count in the report. I can't get any more descriptions. So if someone had mileage and cell phone, then they got both of those. And if someone just had cell phone, it was just that.
Okay. That's what I was trying to figure out. Was it an either or?
But it is a new
both, or-
report
Okay.
in our new system.
That's better than one line item of information.
I'm trying.
Wait till you.
Mr. Lyons, anything further, sir? Mr. Lyons, anything further?
I don't think so.
Paging Mr. Lyons.
Call the question.
Thank you. I don't even know where I'm at this point.
All in favor?
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Okay. Moving on to number 9.
I'd like to make a motion for number 9A.
I'll second.
Discussion on 9A.
So this looks like we're eliminating a position, reassigning some duties and responsibilities, and then giving a salary bump to those with those additional duties. Is that correct?
There's a question to the
I
administration.
think Dr. Friedman could probably answer.
Why don't we have Human Resources come up?
Oh, human resource, I forgot she was here.
She's unforgettable.
We
It's
did
so
not
late.
forget you were
I figured
here.
everybody left.
Oh, you don't have to talk,
Kate,
if
that
you don't
you're
want
here.
to, Dr. Freeman can do it.
Yes.
Make an amendment.
Maybe that's
I think that,
better.
yeah, that'd be great.
Great.
Yeah.
Sorry, I forgot that you were on here. Dr. Freeman,
Sorry.
fire away, my friend.
Okay, quickly. This is a proposed restructure with the departure of Dr. Zachin and his role as director of his short-lived role, actually, as director of administration. We went through the interview process and ultimately decided on the restructure of moving Dr. Finnerty, keeping her HR role, but also expanding her role to oversee K-12 administration, which she has an exorbitant amount of wealth of knowledge in doing so. So we are very excited about that transition and the direct correlation between the functions that she's keeping in the HR department and the role of overseeing K-12 administration. We are also expanding Ms. Young's role as a chief operating officer, taking on some components of the HR functions in addition to overseeing the business office. There are also some additional transfers in there. Lori Alexin is going to increase her responsibilities, and the two members of the HR office, the one member of the HR office is going to get some expanded duties as well. So a lot of shifting, but a lot of positive out of those shifts, and it's really putting people in places and in roles that meet their strengths. and is going to exorbitantly help this district.
Thank you for that explanation. So my stance on this is, I have concerns that we're going to shift these roles and responsibilities around, give these pay raises to these individuals who are very likely very deserving here, and then come back in a year or two and say, well, we need a director of K-12, and fill the position again. So it is my position that I think we shift these roles. I think we give people time in these roles to demonstrate that they can handle it, and then we reward them with a pay raise for the additional. That's my personal stance, and that's how I feel.
I was just shaking my head to say that I will not be coming to you anytime soon, probably at all, to ask for an additional position, because we went through a pretty rigorous interview process. We got a lot of very qualified candidates, both internally and externally, and Dr. Finnerty has a wealth of experience from superintendent on down. Very, very long-time successful high school principal, has overseen a district, has overseen administration, really understands the vision of what we need to do as a district, and working hand in hand, individually and collectively, with building administrators. I can't think of a better person to do that than Dr. Finnerty. I had very long talks with both of them, inclusive of Dr. Hoffman as well. This brings all of the departments much closer together. There are direct lines, there's dotted lines. Having Kelly Kramer in the role of Director in Teaching and Learning, she continues to grow, and I've told the board how I feel about the work that she does. To have all these people in these revised positions sets us up for short and long-term success. So I will not be coming to say I need to fill Dr. Zatkin's position, because in my opinion, with these shifts, that position has been filled.
I appreciate that you are in the thick of it. This is your job. You know the people better than any of us on this board. And you don't need to say, I won't come back to you ever. That would be like us saying,
No.
that's the last time I'll do something. You never know. Things might change. Just you're making the best call with what you know.
I don't anticipate it.
Yeah, which is fine. I'm just saying, this is on you. This is why we hire you.
I look at this, I see Dr. Finnerty, who's now currently the Director of Human Resources, which is a full-time job. And in some other districts, leader of K-12 leadership, that's a full-time job. So in essence, we're asking her to complete 2 full-time jobs, or potentially complete 2 full-time jobs. And to Mr. O'Donnell's point, I have a feeling that in 3, 4, 5, 6 months, someone's going to come back and say, well, I need an HR generalist, or I need to fill this other position to take some of this responsibility off of someone like Dr. Finnerty. Or
So let me say this.
so that's my concern with this.
I've done an ongoing analysis of all the departments in district office. And this is not a conversation for this evening, but I feel we are adequately staffed across the board. We might be heavy in some places, thin in other places, but I feel these moves put people in the right places and balance out where we need to balance out. I would not have brought this forward if I did not think this was going to be successful short-term, long-term, and the objective of bringing this forward to the collective board is not to say this is what we want to do right now and I'll be back, for more. But look, I don't have a crystal ball, and I agree with Mr. Kern. I can say that, sure, I don't anticipate coming back. I truly don't believe that I'm going to have to come back and ask for a generalist, a director of administration. We have filled those roles with highly qualified people that are going to continue to lead this district forward. In addition to that, there are others that have shown interest internally that we are working with, creating more leadership opportunities for them, and mentoring them. You know, we used the term when I came into the district of building a bench. We are rebuilding a bench with people that have aspirations to go beyond their current roles. So we're doing that. We also do not lose sight that we also have the luxury of someone that is in a director of human resources role that also has led a district, that also has led a building, that also has filled many, many roles and has many years of experience, that I feel so blessed on a daily basis that is part of this district. We also have a CFO, COO, CFO that I've worked with a lot over the years. I mean, there's no one better than Don. I can tell you, like, I sleep well at night knowing that, you know, Don's by my side. So, yeah, but I can tell you this is the right move.
Can you confirm or deny that the people that are changing these positions, you have gone through their new roles and responsibilities with them at length, and that they're comfortable with what you're asking them to do and what we're approving here?
I can confirm that.
Okay. Any other discussion? All right. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No. I made the motion.
Yep.
I might have.
I think it was Mr. Reimers.
Did I?
Was it you? Just A.
Just A. 9A.
7 to 2.
That is correct.
Correct.
Have a good night. All right, we're gonna, Terry, you good? Or can I continue? All right. Can I get a motion to approve 9B through G, please?
So moved.
Mr. Shermer? I'll second it. Mr. Hippoff? Discussion?
Yeah, I just have one question. We have an employee under professional staff that's listed as professional employee. Can we get a little more detail?
They're very good at being an employee.
We also have folks that may not be tenured, and they're temporary professional employee. So there are two categories that we would oftentimes put under the professional staff. And I'm sorry, I don't know who asked that question.
I believe it's
I'm sorry.
1A. That's the question he's probably asking
Correct.
about.
Yep, professional employee, and then we also may hire somebody who is a non-tenured temporary professional employee. So that's what we would typically.
What do they do?
What do they do? Other side, stand on and be very professional.
Teacher,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Anywhere or high school? I mean, it's, usually we get a little more detail. That's the only reason I'm asking.
Okay, this gentleman is going to Nidec. I believe he's going to Nidec Elementary School.
Thank you.
Good, thank you.
My comment is under 9F unit pay. You're good, Gene, I don't. I'm just saddened by the resignation of Mr. Amon, maybe one of the most popular teachers at the high school. STEM club advisor, Science National Honor Society advisor, and 9th grade class advisor. He's resigning from them all. And that is I believe that is quite a large loss for this district, and whoever replaces him has big shoes to fill. When he talked to me about the Science National Honor Society as an advisor, he just glows. And I don't know his reasoning or anything like that, but I'm just saying that we're losing a good guy with those advisors that he's retiring from or resigning from.
Can I just make a very brief comment?
You may.
Well, I'm assuming the board will accept these this evening, but I can assure you I'm having ongoing conversations to.
What if we reject it?
I guess technically
It's,
you
fu-
could.
it's funny you say that, because I'm going to vote no to this, but that's why.
Okay.
Pull
I
it
mean,
out, single it
listen.
out.
No, no, I
Let's
mean,
do it.
it's-
We'll let him
I
know
mean,
that we
it's
love
his,
him.
it's his will
Yeah,
to
it
do
is.
it.
Yeah, but maybe he needs a little
is.
encouragement that,
It is. It is. I didn't think of that, but I am full transparency. I'm gonna have continued conversations with him about.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Nay. All right, moving on. Can I get a motion to approve 10A and B, please?
So moved.
Mr. Reimers,
I'll second.
Mr. Iosu, discussion.
They're all great books.
yeah, they're really cool books.
I'm just gonna ask, would the board like me to just overview some key highlights of the program of studies?
Oh, the books?
At this time at night?
Yeah, I'm
No.
good. I read it.
Well, no, I mean, I guess we do have to, does this include the new
It's on the public content.
modified block scheduling that was being considered before?
Good question.
That is a good question. I don't want to give the wrong answer. I need to confirm that. I have some highlights of some changes in there. There's.
I think Ms. Kramer's on her way up to, oh, no?
Uh-huh.
I thought she was going to take that for you.
We already had that conversation today. I
Mr.
said
Spear,
I'd take-
my understanding, when this was brought to the Education Committee was that that was not a factor in
No.
the program of studies.
No,
Yeah, I'm just saying, this is a very long document here.
It is.
so-
Yeah, it's every year. Yep.
no.
I believe that
Let me
question was
read
asked.
just a few highlights. The senior portfolio, we are articulating senior portfolio as required component for graduation. The class of 29, environmental and space science is being added as a required science course. That's based off of the new Pennsylvania STEEL standards. So that was driven by the state. The policy on Upper Bucks Technical School was clarified from may satisfy elective requirements to will satisfy them. So I think that's a key change.
So what are the elective requirements then?
I don't have those in front of me. I can get you that.
I mean, because we can always amend this later. I mean,
We are adding AP Business and Personal Finance and AP Cybersecurity. German 1 and 2 were removed from the program of studies due to no German teachers out there and very little interest at this point from our students. The guitar course has been removed from music offerings. AP Probability and Statistics has been updated to only AP Statistics. That was a change from AP. Panther Marching Band and Varsity Singers has been removed as a credit-bearing course. The other thing I wanted to mention, which I think is very exciting, and that I got to give kudos to the high school administrative team, they have aligned the program of studies to RIASEC themes. All the courses are aligned to RIASEC
I did
themes.
notice that, and I actually liked that.
Pretty awesome.
Yeah, see it
Pretty
looking down the
amazing.
list, it looked.
So as students identify their letters and their strengths and their interests, they can now look in our program of studies at the high school level that and better have a better understanding of what courses align to their strengths and interests.
Just a quick comment on RIASEC. I heard a lot about it, and I know that the letters can change over time, but I think it'd be good to share that information with the parents. You know, I don't see it coming back to the home.
Agree.
And if we could support their interest, that helps the
Absolutely.
family unit and the schools.
Missy and I are working on continued ways to have parent nights. There are things that are in the pipeline with our schools. such as like career days and things like that where parents are invited in and we have collaborative conversations around RIASEC themes and tying it into careers in the spring at all of our buildings, and we're going to stagger the days so people can attend. There'll be spring showcases where students are going to show their career-focused work that they've done throughout the year, inviting families in. So we heard that loud and clear actually at the last Superintendent Parent Advisory Council. So I could not agree more, and we need to do a way better job of getting documentation out to the families so they can support those conversations at home.
Okay. Any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay.
One absent.
No, Mr. Kern absent. Thank
I
you,
just-
Mr. Jackson.
I just do want to make, we already voted here, but I do want to make something clear that if there is something in this tech school requirements that we couldn't answer there, there's always a way that the board can come back and amend this program of studies, correct? Mr. Garten?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Because, yeah, if we can really get an answer off that, and, in looking at this, I mean, it is probably over 100 pages long, so.
And it was a thrilling read.
Okay, can you explain to me what the tech school requirement is for maintaining academic, what was that term that you used, Dr. Friedman?
I can tell you that the provisions in this state that the tech school is available 9th through 12th and up
I
to
did
1,
see
2,
that.
3, and 4-year programs. So no changes have been made to the program of studies.
To that part, but the
as of this
requirements,
time.
the requirements for allowing students to be there, like, do you have to maintain reading at grade level to be accepted into the tech school per se, or something
I
like?
would hope so.
No, I'm just, I don't know what's changed, that's all.
Okay. Can I get a, bless you? Can I get a motion to approve 11A, B, and C, please?
So moved.
Mr. O'Donnell?
I'll second.
Mr. Iosu? Discussion? No? All right. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right. On to information items. We have donations and suspension reports, SRO report, enrollment updates, district vacancies. Looks like the normal gamut, transportation, bus patrol, guest speakers for elementary, middle school, and high school. So,
Yeah, President Himpoff, I was just relevant to guest speakers. I was happy to see the administration is now having a speaker on vaping. It's a major concern, so I'm glad to see that push there to educate our students.
We had our yearly meeting with St. Luke's, and they're putting a lot of resources towards those conversations. So I was excited to share that information with the board this evening.
That's a good point, Mr. Iosu.
Based on the SRO reports, there is a year-over-year decline in the vaping. I've been tracking the SRO reports for months now, and the number of vaping incidents is lower than it was last year at this time. I do have a comment on enrollment updates.
Yes, sir.
So looking at the projection documents that were attached to the 12D enrollment updates, there's capacity numbers through 2035 for QE that's showing flat. So I would expect that those QE projection numbers would have an increased capacity after the result of the renovations that we're making.
I asked Dr. Hoffman last time. It's a long story. It has to do with the software, this, that, and the other thing. But I would expect the same thing also.
I would agree.
And I believe too that
Not
once they're finished with doing the design of the interior spaces, they can get a fully accurate number.
Yeah, but it had to do with, it's the system, how to get that information in there. It comes from somewhere else. It's a long story.
Well, we haven't even approved the bid. There's not even a bid yet, so.
I have a comment or a question or a concern. going to tread really lightly here and be very vague and ask everyone to read the same document I am. But I'm very concerned about something that's in the executive content of the SRO report. It's the last item under Strayer Middle School. And I would respectfully ask Dr. Friedman for us to get more detail on that.
I think that would.
Yeah, in a executive session.
I know, that's why I'm trying to be as vague as possible.
Okay. You said the last item?
Last item under Strayer.
There's a
Electronic
item under
nicotine
the
vape.
executive content, under Strayer, under the SRO executive content.
1027.
All right, we're going to move forward. Thank you, Mr. Lyons. I wholeheartedly agree with you. That's anyone else for anything on information items?
Oh, Jesus.
All right, moving on. Board comment. Any new business?
I wanted to actually thank the administration. I had a couple people reach out to me in the last couple of days asking for details about past meeting minutes and things like that. And I shared that concern with the administration, and they, within, I don't know, an hour or so, were able to explain what was going on and identify what needed to be fixed and commit to fixing it. So thank you for that, and I appreciate it.
I guess I would like to just say again, thank you to Mr. Iosu, Mr. Shermer, Mr. Jackson for your tenure, for your wisdom, your guidance, your comments, whether I liked them or not. I always appreciated them. Your passion, Mr. Shermer, your passion is something I wish I had a little bit more of. Not quite as much as you, but a little bit more of. So thank you all again. It's been an honor to serve up here with you.
Thank you. I echo those comments, and I'm looking forward to my friends out in the audience who will be joining us soon.
Yep. And I guess on a personal note, I've really appreciated your support as I've been president, sitting here for 2 years. It's when I first got on the board, there was nothing that I desired to do. I talked with past board presidents, Mr. Kern, Mr. Iosu, Kayla Mitchell, even, and you really don't know what you get into in this seat until you're here. And the support of all of you, my family at home, the administration, people in the audience, really appreciate it, and all of the administrators, really appreciate it. So thank you.
And I would like to thank the 3 outgoing board members and say congratulations to the 3, well, now there's only 2 left here, incoming board members. And I look forward to working with you. And also congratulations to Mayor Wayne for winning his election and waiting for all this time to make his public comment. We're almost there.
It's always a pleasure to see him.
All right. Dates for board members' calendars are there. And then finally, general public comment. Terry, did anybody sign up for this round? Not many people left. Anybody out there that would like to speak? We'll go with Mayor Wayne first, if you don't mind.
Jacket's coming
Taking
off.
his jacket off.
Showing the Marine shirt
He went
off.
to the gym.
I want to thank all of you gentlemen for the work that you put in, and the time and dedication, and even though it may be painful, the amount of detail that you go into for your subject matters. The children are depending on you, and it's because of that it's easy to be here for these extended periods of time to make sure that all of the subject matters are covered as thoroughly as possible. So I just want to thank you for your dedication to these things. I want to thank the board members who were good enough to join me at the event that I had back on June 29th. There were a collection of 4 school board members, 2 or 3 mayors, county controller, Republicans, Democrats, Independents, and we had conversations about hot button topics, and we left with understanding and respect. I hope to do more of such action and make sure that people get an opportunity to talk and share their feelings, but be respected as they do, even in differences. I want to recognize the veterans of Bucks County in this area for all that they do to sacrifice for us. We're able to just go into Starbucks and complain about how much whipped cream we get on our coffee, and that's all thanks to the veterans. I especially want to thank, I just want to recognize 250 years of the Marine Corps. Raw! And being able to celebrate these people is one thing, but support is another. That's another thing I'm going to put my time and effort behind. Ton Tavern to today, we're still going strong. Here's my message going forward. People are tired of us. They're tired of politics, they're tired of politicians, they're tired of elected officials. We need to talk less and listen more. And I am going to start that with me. We need to gain the trust of the public in the efforts that we put out. It starts at the top, and if the top isn't doing it, then we need to raise it from the bottom up. And that's my message I'm going to carry forward for the next couple of years. And last but not least, I want to thank Mr. Jason Gerhardt, in pronunciation, for taking time out to make food and going around to the polls. It was the only meal that I had that morning. So thank you.
And it was delicious, too.
There's something I want to say, and then if it's okay, my wife texted me something from home. Joseph Thomas, Richland Township. And I just want to, again, I'll say, can any other contracted employee in the district get their contract reviewed and updated every single year like this? What kind of precedent has the board just set? The first time, okay, we're correcting a mistake. Now it's a precedent. Now somebody can come in and go, hey, this happened already twice. Let's do it again. And I definitely can't wait to be here in another 6 months when the next pay increase happens and it's told to the people out here that it's just another little fix because he's not yet at the median salary. And to me, this board just voted out any confidence I had in the things that you say and the things that you say you're going to do, because you just did the opposite of what was happening back in August. 6 members of this board in August said, we're not going to do this again, and we just did it again. Makes no sense to me. I don't understand. Stick to your word or don't say it. It's that simple. And it's also insane to me that scores can go down. After 2022, most of the district scores have gone down, but somehow the man that's leading the district's salary keeps going up. That doesn't make sense to me. If at my job I was doing less work or my work wasn't up to par, and then I said, can I get a raise? They would say no. That's how it works. And I understand that everybody is comparing us to every other school district and stuff. We're not the other school districts. This is us. And I understand that you're comparing it to the last person. He had a whole different contract than this guy has. Why are we comparing apples and oranges? We are Quakertown. We don't need to compare ourselves to everybody else because everywhere's different. We are different socioeconomically here than Central Bucks, than Lower Bucks, than Lehigh, than Berks, than Montgomery. It's different everywhere you go. We shouldn't be comparing ourselves to everybody. It doesn't make sense to me. And I'll be honest, this board lost a lot of confidence I had. You say, oh, we're not going to do this next time. Will you, though? Because you just proved that you will go back on your word. And then I'll just read what my wife wanted me to read for her. In August 2024, the board told the community that the raise they gave Dr. Friedman was to fix subordinate pay issue, and it's very disappointing that we're here again just a year later. Even though the final number dropped from 240 to 233, from a community perspective, it feels like the promise the board made last year wasn't kept, and that makes it extremely hard to trust the process. Moving forward, we need clear communication and consistency, and please remember, this is the second time the community spoke out on this subject, and it's the second time we've been ignored. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? No? Mr. Gerhart?
Want it, Lon? Jason Gerhardt, Richland Township, somewhere in the district, maybe Milford soon, bed here. First off, I want to thank the outgoing board members. You've done, huge commitment, dedication, a lot of sacrifice, a lot of frustration, a lot of miscues. But I do want to thank you for all your efforts. I know it's not easy on that side. Well, I don't know because I've never been there. But from what you tell us. But I want to thank you. I want to thank everyone else that's worked with them and continues to work, and welcome the new board, the ones that have stepped up. And I think tonight the community speaks out a lot, and just because you minus $7,000 doesn't mean you listened. You made a mistake in the contract, so be it. Wait till the next contract. But I'll keep going here. Mike's worked. I didn't get the buzzer yet. Like the teacher contract has conferences, and conferences come out, schedule, and then it's a big rigmarole. Things are miscommunicated. Why aren't we changing that contract? Because that is not for the community either. Making it hard for people to take off, people rearrange their schedules, plan accordingly. I know conferences are different, but I know that's a hot topic. It seems like when all you got to do is put a hot topic on the agenda, and it gets people to come in this room. And as you saw, recognitions, people left after recognitions. After the vote that people were here for, people left. Like, the community is here for certain topics, and you keep getting ignored. That's all I'm going to say is just, I hope things change. A different outlook comes. Different board schedules happen, so it's more for the community that you're supposed to be representing and not cater to the administration. I will say there has been a lot of good things that have happened, but again, that we're comparing to apples and oranges. We need to, compare to what works for Quakertown. Now, it's good to get the data from others, but we need to work with what works with Quakertown. And showing a 5-4 split, I love it because, I hate when it's 9-0 unanimous. I want, split votes. So keep working hard. You keep saying you're going to do better, but you keep making the same mistakes over and over.
Okay, anybody else?
Make a motion to adjourn.
Let Chuck and make
Go ahead,
his
Chuck.
motion to adjourn. It's fine.
Are you going to make a motion to adjourn or not?
Do it.